Live.
Good evening, good afternoon rather. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. Today is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2020. It is the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. Happy Earth Day. Can we have an attendance roll call, please?
Yes, on the attendance roll call, Student Director Garibo, Student Director Smith-Dahl, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Harris,
Excuse me, here.
Director Yee. Here. Director King.
Here.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Present.
Vice President Gonzalez.
I'm here.
And President London.
I'm here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. At this time, the board is going to recess to closed session. In closed session, we'll be discussing labor matters, legal matters, and public employee performance matters. We will return to this Zoom link at 5:30. We are now in recess. Issues and have made sure to take precautions. For instance, this meeting is actually being held as a Zoom webinar, which provides greater protections than a regular Zoom meeting. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker says, just like with an in-person meeting. Indeed, at one of our first online board meetings, a member of the public made an incredibly racist statement and then hung up. While it lasted only a second, such speech is not welcome at our board meetings, in our schools, in our district, or in our community. If it happens at this meeting, I will do my best to immediately have the speaker's mic muted, but please know that doing so is not immediate as the mic is controlled by staff and I need to tell them to mute. Now for some basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting. Staff members are also present. Depending on the screen view, you may even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. We were hoping to be able to pilot Spanish translation for tonight's meeting. We had practiced it, but it appears that the system we had put in place won't work after all. This happens with pilots. We are disappointed that this is not further along. We will continue our efforts and we will try to pilot Spanish translation for the May 13th meeting. And then I'm going to just remind people now, and I will remind you again when we get to public comment, of how you make public comment in this Zoom webinar format that we are using for our meeting tonight. There are multiple ways that you can make public comment during the meeting. If you have joined us via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you have joined by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Mr. Seychow from our staff will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of your phone number. It's actually your area code and then the last 3 digits of your phone number. After the time has elapsed, Mr. Seychow will remute and move on to the next person. I will let you know when your time has lapsed. We believe that submitting e-comments will also be available during the meeting. To do so, please go to ousd.org and scroll down on the main page to Legislative Information Center upcoming meetings and live meeting video. And you will find there a link that says, use this temporary e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in progress. When you submit an e-comment, it goes directly to the email inbox of every board member, the superintendent, and the staff who work on that issue. It's a very efficient way to get your message across. I will try to remember to repeat these instructions before each public comment period. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to thank and appreciate our employees, our families, and the entire Oakland community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented times. Today is Administrative Professionals Day, and I'll say more about this in the President's report, but there are administrative professionals across this district who have been really working very, very hard to make a huge number of things happen for students and families. And I want you to know how very, very much we and everyone in community appreciates your work. You are often the unsung heroes, the folks who are answering the phones, answering the emails, and we could not do this without you. So thank you very, very much. I would also like to thank everyone in advance for your understanding and patience as we navigate this new technology. We are certainly all getting better at online meetings. There are still things that we are learning, testing, and trying to improve our systems. Spanish translation is a good example. Please continue to give us feedback and we will do our best to improve for the next meeting. I'm going now to item G, which is the statement of reportable action taken in closed session on labor matters. On item C1, and I want to note that we do this, we go above and beyond in providing this information. On item C1, number 191555, conference with labor negotiators, the board received a report on this matter, discussed this matter, and gave direction. On item C2, number 090502, conference with legal counsel, we received a report on this matter, discussed this matter, and provided direction. On item C3, 15-2065, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the board approved a settlement in this matter. On item C4, 200741, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, we received a report on this matter, we discussed this matter, and we provided direction. On item C5, 200744, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the board approved a settlement in this matter. On item C, now we're moving into public employee performance evaluation matters. Item C6, number 191559, performance evaluation for the superintendent of schools. We did not take up this item. Finally, on item C7, number 200783, public employee performance evaluation for the chief of police, the board took up this matter. That concludes item G. Item H is our oath of office and meeting norms. Our oath of office is that we solemnly affirm that we will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Charter of the City of Oakland, and will perform the duties of a school board member to the best of our ability. Our meeting norms are that we honor the time, no sidebars, technology aligned to meeting purpose. That has a new meaning now than it did previously. Act as a collective body, check for understanding and surface assumptions, share divergent views and value as a learning opportunity, celebrate each other's successes and contributions, presume positive intent, no personal attacks. Those are our norms. Moving now to item 9, special orders of the day. Today we have none. We are now at item J, submission of speaker cards. Actually, this doesn't matter. If you want to speak, you're going to raise your hand the way I described previously. But you can submit an e-comment right now on any item on the agenda. And if you think you're going to want to comment, now's a good time to do that. because the likelihood that we may have a chance to look at it before the item comes up for vote is greater. Colleagues, are there any modifications to the agenda? Director Harris.
I'd like to pull item P.420-0580.
Okay. And can you tell us the title of that item?
This is regarding the owner and contractor agreement for the work taking place at Madison Park Upper.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that will be pulled and we will take that up after the conclusion of new business. Oh, Student Director Garibo, we're very happy to see you. Welcome to the meeting. We're on item J, which is modifications to the agenda. So we'll come to you and Director Smith-Dahl shortly. I think she's still arriving. Are there other modifications to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to item K, which is the student board member report. Director Garibo, do you want to go, or do you want us to go to another matter and wait to see if Director Smith-Dahl joins us? I don't see her here yet.
Hi, yes. So currently Micah's in the bathroom right now. She's gonna join us soon. So can we go to another matter, please?
Yes, we will. So we will go now. Give me a minute. We're going to go now to the president's report because I actually do have a report this evening. So thank you, Student Director Garibo. I just want to tell you again, we're really, really happy you're here tonight. Thank you so much. We've needed your voice. So I do have a report tonight. First of all, I want to wish everybody a happy 50th anniversary of Earth Day. I know that during this time of COVID-19, it is very hard to remember other things. And the sad fact is that we will get through COVID-19 and we will still have a climate crisis. And this is a very serious matter. As you all know, this is a topic I care about greatly. I'm even wearing today my "We Are Still In" pin because our district a couple of years ago joined the "We Are Still In" coalition, saying that we support the goals of the Paris Climate Accord. So we have taken some really bold actions and policies around climate change, and I want to remind us of those. Some of those will come up this evening when we talk about the facilities master plan. We have provided a lot of leadership around climate literacy, and I want to share with you all, we received a number of letters earlier today from elementary school students, and I want to share one of those letters with you. This is from Vivian Grantham. She's a second grader at Sequoia Elementary, and Vivian said, "When I think about climate change, I feel sad because people are destroying the earth and animal habitats. Please use less plastic at school because it all ends up in the garbage and our oceans. And plastic is made from oil that makes climate change worse. I want to learn more about climate change because it's very important and I do not understand it. Please, can we plant more trees at school because it helps us breathe? Thank you, Vivian Grantham." And I want to thank you, Vivian, and all of your friends and the people who helped you write those letters, because this is absolutely correct. You all are the future and we want this planet to be here for you. The next thing I want to say in my report is thank you again to our administrative professionals. As I said a few minutes ago, we could not function without you. Each one of you is extremely important and extremely valuable, and we really appreciate you. And we know you've been balancing a lot recently, and we very much appreciate everything you're doing. Finally, tonight, I want to remember Gene Zahas. So he's not someone that many of you will have heard of, but I want to share with you that one of the people our city has lost to COVID-19 is Gene Zahas. Gene was an Oakland High School alumnus and longtime friend to the Oakland Public Schools. I first met Gene in 2006 when I volunteered for the Measure B bond campaign. Gene served as the treasurer and cheerleader for school board and parcel tax campaigns from the mid-1990s until his untimely death earlier this month, actually the day of our last board meeting, April 7th. Gene, when he lived in Oakland and was a resident of District 5, was a member of the district's Measure B Advisory Committee from January 1st, 1999, the year of 1999. And I want to thank Mr. Rakestraw for all these details. Mr. Zahas was instrumental in the passage of a 2000 bond, a $303 facilities bond. He served on an advisory committee for that bond from 2000 through 2006. And he was the chair of that committee for almost that whole time. And then in 2006 was when we passed the next bond. That was Measure B. So I'm not sure. I think Mr. Richter maybe in Measure C. Anyway, and then I served on the bond committee. I worked with Gene countless times on all these different bonds and parcel taxes. He was a civic leader. He was actively involved in Rotary, the Greek Orthodox Church, the Salvation Army, the Marcus Foster Education Fund, and many other groups. And he was a friend to very, very many. And we're all very saddened by his passing. So we're going to convene our meeting this evening in memory of Gene Zahas. That concludes my report. And are we ready for the student report, or are we still going to wait? Director Garibo, are you ready, or do you want to go to the superintendent report?
We're having some technical difficulties with Micah's on screen. So I'm gonna try to help her real quick, and hopefully we can go to superintendent's report and come back to us so we could be ready.
Okay, is she in the meeting, Director Garibo? She needs to be make sure she's admitted to the meeting. I'm going to ask our general counsel to look at that while we go to the superintendent report. Superintendent Johnson-Trammell.
Thank you, Board President London. Okay, I'm seeing the screen is shifting. Good evening, board members. Good evening, community. Student board members, I can't see you virtually, but I'm giving you a wave. It's so wonderful that you guys are finally able to join us. We missed you, and we're glad to have you a part of the board meeting tonight. I will continue in my superintendent report probably until the end of this calendar year to focus on our efforts related to COVID-19. I specifically will be providing more detailed updates around food distribution, our distance learning plan. There was a request specifically from board members to get more information about our device distribution plan. I will be doing that as well. Specifically, I think there was also a request to have more details about our supports for special education students and English language learners. So when it those particular items, I will ask that our executive director, Jen Blake, and Nicole Knight of special education and our Elma office, they will join in on the presentation. And then just ending with a quick fiscal update in terms of kind of the next meetings and times when we will have more information to share around projections for the next couple of years. So that's kind of the flow of the presentation. Next slide, please. So as always, I like to start with our mission and vision because in good times and in bad, it grounds us in how we serve our students, staff, and community. This mission and vision reflects the reality that students and staff do not come to OUSD divorced from their home lives or from the challenges and opportunities in their community. Our mission sees schools as the hub of community resilience. It is based on the strengths and needs of our community. I see evidence of those strengths and needs everywhere I look these days. I am proud to be from Oakland and how we have embraced as a city the necessary work to protect and care for one another. And I know it has been hard and emotional for all of us. While everyone faces their own unique challenges, I know that there are those in the community that are facing more steeper challenges than others. This crisis is lifting up inequities that many of us have lived with or known, not for years, but for multiple generations, such as the digital divide, food insecurity, and health disparities, particularly around race and poverty. I'm sure many of you are already tuning into the ways in which the COVID-19 crisis and the virus is impacting disproportionately our Native Americans, our Black community, our Latino community, and undocumented workers community. So we're living out just the historical inequalities across our nation real time right now with this virus. It is up to all of us to seize this moment of greater awareness, to continue our fight for a more just society in which everyone has access to basic rights and equal opportunity to realize their dreams. We do have the opportunity in this crisis to step back and take time to reflect on how we want things to be. If we leave this crisis and immediately retreat into old habits, then we will have lost a tremendous opportunity. More than a missed opportunity, we will have shirked our obligation to evolve as an organization and as a city, again, back to our mission to provide all of the resources that we need for our students and families across the city. We need to emerge from this crisis clear-eyed about how we need to change our habits and practices to ensure that we can live our values of excellence and equity for all. We can challenge how our school is structured, and that means time, that means how we're teaching, how we're organized, how we work, and how we operate. If we lean into this moment with deep reflection, with courage and creativity, and we're seeing elements of that all across the city in every moment of the day. I was reminded the other day of a quote by Thurgood Marshall that says, "The measure of a country's greatness is its ability to retain compassion in times of crisis." And it is in times like these that I will want to remind all of us to continue to lead and interact with each other with love, with respect, and with grace for each other. And not only for our immediate family, but for those within your community, whether it's within your neighborhood, but also to stretch yourself as many are doing across the city. This is really a time where continuing to be connected and to look out for one another as just a former human being is so, so important in this time. Yes, we're going to have to make some tough decisions, but we want to continue to not let go of the importance of being compassionate in this time of deep crisis. So with that said, I want to continue. Next slide. I want to just provide some highlights around our food. I won't go into great depth because we've been sharing a lot of what we've been doing in terms of our food distribution. I've gotten sometimes some disturbing emails from folks saying, why are you focusing on food? We should just be talking about learning. And again, I started with the mission because we know our babies can't learn if they're hungry. And it is not just something we're doing because it's nice to do. This is our governmental obligation. Yes, it's a moral obligation, but we believe as a country that we should be investing money to make sure students are eating at school so that they can learn. So even though we aren't in brick and mortar facilities, we still need to make sure that we're providing basic food and resources to our students and families so that students, even under these crazy circumstances, have the basic nourishment so that they can learn. So that is the why of why we've spent so much time and energy to make sure that we could continue with this food distribution. We are up to, by this Thursday, I believe, a little over 900,000 meals that we have been able to serve. And as I've mentioned pretty much every week, that is because of the deep partnership, not only starting first with our own food nutrition services and so many leaders and so many volunteers across the district, but also through the support of our city, through the support of so many individual donors, through the support of so many foundations, Eat, Learn, and Play, and through the county as well. So I can never say thank you enough because we see how deep the need is. We have actually just launched a dashboard that I believe is live on our website so that as a community we can actually see and bring some numbers to the impact that this particular service that we're providing is having across the city. So I encourage you to take a look at that. so you can have a sense of the impact that it's really having on students and families. And lastly, I want to give a deep appreciation to our city, who has allowed us to prioritize testing for all of our essential workers who are front lines, and without them, none of this would be possible. So our custodians, our food service workers, our SSO, security officers, all of those essential workers are have been prioritized by the city to be able to have access to testing. And so while we hold dear, and it's a priority for us to be able to provide food to our students and families, it is equally important that we keep the safety of our essential workers top of mind. And so we are able to do more of that, again, with the partnership of our city, and we deeply appreciate it. Next slide, please. All right, I want to just lastly give a couple of shout outs, and then I will move on to distance learning. I would like to give a shout out to Nikita Williams from Garfield Elementary. She is a community schools manager through EBASIS, East Bay Asian Youth Center, and she's been helping out with food distribution since day one of our endeavors. She's there Monday and Thursday. She is a deep member of the Garfield community, and again, just want to lift up all of the different folks, again, people in the community, showing compassion, love, looking out not just for themselves, their immediate family, but the community. So thank you, Nikita, for doing that. We really appreciate it. All right, I now want to go into our distance learning plan, which really consists of two major goals. One is making sure that we're working to ensure students and families are connected to their educators at their school sites virtually. That is one, and ensuring that our students have access to standards-based learning virtually. I want to recognize, as every single district across our state, across our nation, whether we're talking about urban districts like Oakland, rural districts, we know a virtual learning experience is not the same as our kids being in school. However, it is still our obligation. It is something we are working at tirelessly every day to provide a level of quality and a level of learning and communication between home and school. Next slide, please. So as most districts, we've really worked through our distance learning plan in phases. And really it's around developing the infrastructure, deep infrastructure, as we all know, will be in some form of distance learning. We don't know exactly yet when, but we're anticipating some form of this in the fall. So really the first phase, and this was before we knew for sure that we would be closing down our doors until the end of the school year, was just around wellness and being able to conduct many wellness checks between students and families during the beginning part of March, right before spring break, and anticipating that we would have some time where kids would not be able to return, being able to have access to learning experiences for kids to just be able to review instruction that they were already taught before these efforts took place. So that was phase one, making sure there was some content available for instruction that had been previously taught, and making sure that there was a level of wellness checks between schools and students and families. Phase two was really about getting ready for the fact that we would be closing down our physical buildings and having to switch the way in which we deliver instruction. And also investing heavily in ensuring that many of our teachers had training in terms of how to use many online platforms. That brings us into the phase that we're in now, which is initial implementation of virtual learning. All of our schools are participating in some form of virtual learning. And I am saying some form because we're keeping in mind our students and families that still do not have access to device or hotspots. And so we are, like many urban districts, taking on a hybrid approach so that we're able to offer paper-based instructional materials, that we are delivering directly to families while we are working to bridge and to address the digital divide that we have across the city. We will continue to refine and get better through professional development. We have a teacher website that is up and running where teachers can go and they can get professional development. We are developing content constantly. Teachers are sharing content across schools. You can look on our website and see the various structured approaches by site from elementary, middle, and high. And I just want to note that for our pre-K students, we are delivering to all the homes paper-based instructional materials so that families aren't just relying on virtual learning experiences, just given the age of those students. And lastly, we added the 4th phase reflection because we do want to take, again, taking this crisis and looking at the opportunity, what we're learning, what's working, and where we need to invest more time and energy in terms of improving the delivery of our instructional programs virtually, again, knowing that more than likely there will be some form of us having to rely on virtual learning and delivery in the fall and beyond. Next slide, please. So again, I want to highlight some of what we're seeing as the need in terms of both Chromebooks and hotspots from pre-K all the way through 12. To date, we have distributed a little over 16,000 Chromebooks, so it's even more than what's listed on this slide. We're prioritizing first our juniors and our seniors because we want to make sure that they will be prepared to graduate and en route for their post-secondary experiences. I mentioned before our approach for our pre-K students, and you can see here that most of our schools have distributed devices. We're continuing to finish distributing all the devices that we have. We are partnering with the city, with Tech Exchange and the Oakland Education Fund to fundraise up to $12.5 million so that we can reach the goal. We know it's an audacious one, but we believe in service of equity and access that we need to work together to meet the need to make sure every student and family has a device. And we are working to raise an additional $4 million to work towards the bigger issue, which is really, it's a city issue. I was saying at the town hall meeting, there's approximately 12 to 15 million students across our nation that do not have access to hotspots and to devices. And so that is definitely back to our mission. That is work that our school district, we will not be able to do without the partnership of our city and partners working with us. So we do plan and intend on really focus on meeting those goals so that we can make sure our students and families have what they need during these extraordinary times when we are anticipating that so much of our learning is going to have to be virtual as well. I also want to note that we recognize these numbers will fluctuate. A family that may be able to afford a hotspot right now may not be in the position to be able to do it 2 months from now. Or they may have a device, the device may longer be working and they will be in need of a device 2 to 3 months from now. So we do intend to, again, continue to get better and to monitor what it is our students and families need so that, again, we can bridge and we can address this digital divide as quickly as we possibly can. Next slide, please. All right, before I turn it over to Jen Blake, I want to provide some other shout outs on the instructional side. One is to Kelleth Chen. I apologize if I say your name incorrectly. He is our coordinator for instructional and assessment technology, and he has been central to developing our Teacher Central website. He provides weekly training webinars for staff and really has developed a process for our teachers to be sharing lessons with each other that they're developing. I also want to appreciate Michaela Klein of Think College Now. In consultation with her principal, Michaela has developed a comprehensive tech distribution plan that has effectively closed the tech equity gap at Think College Now. Before the school closure, a little under 50% of TCN families had a device at home for online learning, and now 92% of families do, thanks to her efforts. We appreciate that. I want to thank Nakia Dillard. Nakia Dillard has been working with our Office of Equity, African American Female Excellence Initiative to really work on building a Girls of Color task force. As you can imagine, with the COVID-19, it has created even more complications around engagement and really moving this work forward. But because of her tenacious effort, her compassion and her resilience and persistence, the work is moving forward, and we appreciate the work that you are doing. Also, just to shout out for the Equity Office, just for the work that they're doing beyond what school sites are doing to really connect to our most vulnerable students and families. They are gearing up to do some series for parents because we know even with the device, even with the hotspots, we cannot make the assumption that every parent knows how to support their child with all of the different learning platforms that we have. And so through the efforts of that office, they are working to offer more sessions just to make sure that parents know how to use many of these technological tools and best practices and ways to support their children. So we know that is a huge area where, again, we're going to be asking for community-based organizations to partner with us to make sure that we are reaching all of our students and families. And lastly, Sarah Jane Kemp, who is a teacher at Bridges Academy, and she has gone far and beyond to support students, colleagues, and families at her school community. She has self-recorded educational videos to support daily academic lesson plans and uploaded videos to YouTube for her students. So again, I just want to highlight just some of the work that is going on real time, again, as we're working in phase 3 and then beginning to work to refine the plans that we have in place. So at this time, I will pass it to Jen to share some of the work we're doing in the area of special education, and then she will pass it to Nicole Knight.
Ms. Blake, you need to open your mic and your video. You probably know that and are working on that.
Yes, I'm unable to start my video because the host has disabled it, but I think we're here now.
There you go. You're good.
Welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Director London, School Board, Superintendent, student directors, and community. I'm very happy to be here tonight to share a quick update on our distance learning plan relative to our students with individual education programs through special education. We have many bullet points on this slide, so I will be brief and try to focus on just our highlights in terms of the work on which our team is focusing in support of our teachers and service providers for our students with special needs. We have put out a comprehensive distance learning plan, which is a master document that has been given to all of our special education personnel and site leaders, and are providing webinar-based and individualized support for our educators who may need a little bit more assistance implementing the plan to ensure that all students receive the maximum amount of direct and consultative services possible. One of our core foci right now is providing those services, and with the time we have available with our teachers and service providers, we are focusing on using as many of those minutes as is possible to reach all of our families and students to ensure that they have consistency to the maximum extent possible with the services indicated in their IEPs. We are really focusing on using a universal design approach and using a variety of modalities to reach our students, because we know that students with disabilities may learn in different ways, and using a virtual video-based platform such as a Zoom or Google Hangout may not work ideally for every single family. And so we are reaching out to provide family consultation, Many of our educators are downloading YouTube videos and curating channels so families can utilize those at the time that works best for them based on the cadence of their students' day to be able to implement instruction in a more flexible way. And we are providing some other differentiated learning materials for families who do not have access to devices, as our superintendent has previously mentioned. We are continuing to hold IEPs to the maximum extent possible, including all of our annual reviews that are coming up for families, responding to any requests from parents, guardians, and educational rights holders to hold IEPs within the 30-day timeline required by law, and to hold every part of a triennial reevaluation that we can, given that we have no physical access to students. And right now, our core priority is to ensure that the physical and mental health of our students is at the core of all of our instruction. To that end, we are continuing all of our mental health services, including our individual therapy sessions in a virtual telehealth format. We are having our licensed vocational nurses and our registered behavior techs provide weekly and daily check-ins for all of our students who have those services indicated in their IEPs. And as soon as public health guidance indicates that it is safe for us to do so, we will be looking at ways to shift some of those critical services into an in-person format in families' homes as necessary. As I mentioned, all of our teachers are providing services and all of our support staff are providing services in accordance with our distance learning plan at this time, making sure that we have an emphasis on each student's IEP goals to try to maintain progress towards those goals to the maximum extent possible. And right now, our department staff are really focused on supporting our teachers and our support providers by creating materials that can be utilized to ease the burden of planning as we make this pivot from in-person to virtual learning. We have PLCs, or professional learning communities, that are set up by our instructional coaches in job-alike groups based on each of our different types of student needs that special educators join on a weekly basis. And we are also providing materials through Teacher Central, the website that was previously named, to make sure that there are Google Classrooms that are specific to each type of special education. In addition to that, our assistive technology specialists are making sure that they have a robust catalog of professional learning options. And these webinars are available not just for our staff internally, but also many of them are focused specifically on families, as we know that many of our caregivers, parents, and families are our primary instructors right now and need to have the skills and the tools available to them to be able to access online instruction. The final thing that I'll mention is that, as many of you know, special education is governed by federal law, and we are awaiting federal guidance regarding what our Individuals with Disabilities Education Act will look like under the COVID closures in the months to come. As soon as we have that information and any updates we get from the state via ongoing weekly communication, we are communicating that out to all of our stakeholders to ensure that everybody is informed about the most recent guidance regarding special education. We do have a couple of next steps with which I will close. One of those is to make sure that we have even more opportunities for our families who currently have limited or no access to a device or internet in their home to be able to access online instructional services. Right now, we are asking that all of our providers provide an option for telephone-based therapy and services to the extent that is possible. And in addition to that, we are working on a plan within the next week to be able to roll out paper-based activities that are appropriate to grade level and disability type for students who are not currently able to access or engage with online instruction. We are also in constant contact with our school site leaders because we are hearing that as we're rolling this out, we want to make sure we're doing it in a way that has consistency for all students with disabilities, regardless of their school site that they attend. And so we are, as we are changing our guidance and revising our guidance, making sure that we are connecting with our site leaders and with our teachers to ensure that there is consistency and fidelity with the plan across all of our different school sites throughout the district. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it off to Nicole Knight, who is our Executive Director for English Language Learner and Multilingual Students.
Thank you, Jen. Good evening, community and directors. Happy to be here virtually with you. So in Alma, we have been focusing on 3 major priorities. First and foremost is the well-being of our newcomer families. Secondly is supporting teachers through guidance tools, online PD and coaching. And then finally, communication with our newcomers specifically who speak minority languages, such as our mum speakers who may not be able to access written materials and instead need oral interpretation. So in terms of this first bullet of the well-being of our newcomer families, we do have newcomer social workers in all of our secondary schools with formalized newcomer programs. And those social workers, as well as our staff in the refugee asylee office, have been going above and beyond, really working around the clock to support our families who are struggling to meet basic needs while also navigating a new culture and language. I recently spoke to some of our social workers at the secondary level who have shared that on the positive side, they've been able to contact almost all of our newcomer families and students. On the not so great side, we are seeing extremely low numbers of engagement in distance learning and reporting, from social workers as well as from schools, that's anywhere from 10% to 50% of students in our teachers' classes and in the newcomer classes. And so while we know that, yes, the digital divide is a barrier, the biggest barrier for our newcomer families is actually financial, and the stress of lost wages that many of our newcomer families are experiencing. We know that it's across the board. However, our newcomer families are most likely to not be eligible for many benefits, or if they are, may not know how to or be scared to pursue those benefits. So staff has really been, have been focused on connecting families to resources that they may not be aware of or may need help to access, such as the cash assistance through the Oakland Ed Fund Rapid Response, the grab and go meals, helping to apply for unemployment, and in some cases, helping displaced high school unaccompanied minors who pay rent to find temporary housing. So I just want to give a big shout out to those staff who just really have been going above and beyond and working incredibly hard in service of our families. In terms of distance learning, we have put out guidance for around our essential practices for English language learners, including our newcomers, but not limited to our newcomers, all of our English language learners. We are now holding weekly webinars. In our first webinar introducing the essential practices, between those who attended online and those who accessed our recorded webinar, we're over 500 teachers. So we're really getting a wide range of teachers and really positive feedback around those. And again, those will be weekly on Fridays. In addition, we have smaller professional learning communities, just as special ed does, and many of our content areas. Our specialists have office hours available for individual consultation. And then finally, on this last point, we do have in our refugee asylee office what we call community navigators, and they are supporting interpretation in MUM as well as other minority languages, and just want to make sure that our leaders and our teachers and community know that that service is available. Oftentimes, they're not aware that they can receive interpretation in languages such as MUM. In terms of our next steps, we're, as our superintendent stated, we're building and creating every day and responding to new needs as they arrive. So as special ed has done, we are creating specialized packets for our newcomer students at secondary, as well as bilingual packets for our students in dual language or who have needs in Spanish in elementary. And so those will be going out later this week. And in addition, we are collaborating with the Equity Office the goal is to communicate with every single MUM and Arabic speaking family so that we're at least making contact and making sure that, again, they are connected to the resources they need and have what they need to get our students in a place where they can begin learning in a way that it's appropriate to their current reality. So that's it for me. I'm not sure who I'm passing it on to now.
Thank you so much, Nicole. For both Jen and Nicole, appreciate the work and again, leaning into this crisis in support of our students and families. Lastly, we mentioned I had our interim CFO in the last update, so I'm just resharing some of the major points here. This is a time of great compassion, but it's also a time to be brutally honest about what we're up against, particularly in the next 2 years. And so some of the picture that doesn't necessarily look very rosy that we were painting for you during our last update was that we are expecting to actually have less revenue than what we projected to receive when we went through our second interim around the January, February timeline this year. And so we all know pre-COVID that we were already in a very delicate financial situation as a district, given the guidance that we're receiving from the state and what we're projected to receive for not only next school year, 2021, but also just the impact of so much loss of jobs, people working. The projection is for that following year, 21-22, that we will also feel quite a bit of a negative impact. And so all of the signs are pointing towards us needing to budget conservatively, to really pay attention to our reserve, and do whatever we can to tighten our belt, so to speak, to decrease the impact that we know we're all going to feel in the upcoming years, 2021, 21, 22. So that's really the first bullet. We are receiving some, and I want to underscore, one-time funds. Some of the funds that we have received from the state, which is about $600,000. We are very thankful for them. They will help with many of the costs that we are incurring as a result of COVID-19. All those dollars will go directly to support, whether it's food, devices, all of the expenditures that we have to. It's our obligation that we make those investments. We know that there'll be some decrease in our ADA as soon as we have specific numbers in terms of what we are going to be receiving from the federal stimulus plan. We will be sharing that with you. Our next two updates in terms of our financial status and really walking both the community and the board and our principals and our district staff through what we can expect is going to be at our third interim. We do now have a budget and finance committee that I think the date is scheduled for May 7th. So we're going to be doing some scenario building and really working through what do we think the impact of the lost revenue is going to be, and really have those scenarios around COLA. If the COLA is as it is, if it's about a percentage point less, if it's zero, and even if we need to be thinking about negative COLA. So really just playing around with all of the scenarios based on what we know to date. As soon as we get more information from the May revise, we'll be sharing that as well. The next update after the Budget and Finance Committee will then be our third interim, and we're planning to have that scheduled around May 27th. So that's where we are now. We're doing all of this wonderful work to do our part to just really support our students and families. But we are acutely aware that there will be some financial negative impact as a result of this crisis that we're all experiencing. And we just want to make sure that that's publicly known, and we will be communicating with you our best thinking as we work through this. So that concludes our updates at this time. I will turn it back over to our board president, London, for Q&A, and all my staff is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Holly, so let's go to Q&A. I know that was a lot of information. I would like to, just being mindful that we have a lot of items on our agenda tonight, and we want to hear from our student directors. Let's start with 3 minutes each. And Director Yee, I see you waving at me, so you will go first. Student directors, Smith Dahl and Garibo, just kind of wave at me, give me a high sign, and I'll know you want to come up next. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you,
Thank
Director Yee.
I just have two items. One, thank you so much for the reports. Ms. Knight mentioned our mom population. And so for those who are watching may not be familiar, could you explain what the mom population is, please?
Sure. Our mom population is actually our fastest growing population in Oakland Unified. And so they come from Guatemala, and mom is usually referred to as a Mayan dialect. And one thing that is particularly challenging about the mom language is it doesn't have, while there is a written form, most of our families who are literate do read in Spanish. And so having written mom translation is not supportive of those families. So that's why the oral interpretation is so important.
Thank you. And then my second question is, do we have any guidance yet from the state about LCAP and the LCAP process regarding our third interim and our final budget adoption? Superintendent?
I'm going to have our chief academic officer just share the update that we have around the LCAP. So Ms. Sandra Aguilera, are you available? Are you there? Oh, there you are.
Hi, everyone. So we are awaiting an executive order from the state. It was supposed to come out on Friday. It has not yet been published. But what essentially we understand is that the LCAP will be uncoupled or decoupled from the fiscal timelines. There will be a 1-year plan that we are expected to do for a due date of December 15th. That will push out the 3-year plan for 1 additional year. So we would expect to do the 3-year plan for year 2021, 2022. So that's so far the updates that we received. We are awaiting the executive order. What we will do is on May 6th, we do have a special meeting to review this content. We will make sure to review the executive order with the board once it's released.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yee. Would anyone else like to ask some questions? Director Harris, and then we'll go to Director Hinton Hodge and Vice President Gonzalez.
Are we commenting on everything? What are we commenting on here?
There was a huge report, so
You
take
had one
what you
too.
can, and if we need to go around again, we'll go around again. But we're starting with 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, for the president's report and the superintendent's report.
No. We're just on the superintendent's report.
Okay,
We
cool.
didn't take comments on the president's report, but if you want to comment, I guess you can.
Well, yeah, we didn't take any, and just to bring it back and say thank you again for lifting up Gene Zahas. A lot of people don't know him. He was also, you mentioned he was the treasurer on Measure N. He was also the treasurer on Measure G1 and was a willing party for the bond investigation. We're looking at putting something on the ballot.
He was the treasurer on everything.
He was the treasurer on everything. And, I like to call him a good luck charm. He was a personal friend. And, if you don't know him, if you're a teacher, if you're a high school student and somebody who really benefited from the college and career readiness work that Measure N is all about, or if you're a middle school student and you got a chance to do something a little bit more because of Measure G1, Gene Zahas was just a big champion for Oakland. So just say a thank you to him and his family for all that they do for Oakland. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Director Harris.
For doing that. And then in terms of the superintendent report, to both of the staff that provided a very in-depth presentation on the ELL and special education, as many board members requested. I think I just want to thank you for that. I don't have any questions about it, but just want to thank you for highlighting how you are talking to your colleagues and how you're trying to reach students that need it. It gives the community an opportunity to really see the work that you're doing in real time. So just thank you for that. And lastly, and I have one more question. Wanted to just say, yes, we will have that conversation, the full board discussion on the 6th. We will have an in-depth discussion on the 7th. Budget and Finance Committee meeting. We'll be talking about the third interim preview, COLA, as the superintendent said. We'll be also hopefully looking at what Dr. Aguilera talked about in terms of LCAP guidance from the state, and also the district's approach to LCAP with being impacted by COVID-19. So thank you for laying all that out for Superintendent. My one question is the numbers you noted. You said total Chromebooks needed were 1,533. Total needed hotspots were about 28 or almost 2,900. Is that indicative of the absolute need families have for internet connectivity or devices, or is that what we're prepared to do as a district in terms of giving out those devices or making sure folks have hotspots?
Sandra and or Preston Thomas, can you please answer that question? Thank you.
Sure. So the numbers that were provided, it has shifted a little bit. So it's 1,477 are the number of devices that families have indicated that are still in need. And then for just the hotspots or the internet connectivity, it's 3,332. And so what we're working on now, and the priority list is our juniors and seniors to make sure that they're getting access to the work. We are starting to connect school sites. I have to actually release a memo by tomorrow to start connecting school sites to hotspots and to devices that Tech Exchange has received. And that was the discussion, Seth indicated today on a call that we were on that he's ready to start matching devices to students and hotspots to students. So we're starting to work on getting those donations out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
I don't know if it's also helpful, sorry, to know that we are considering the purchase of some of these items as well. We are expecting an order in because previous to COVID-19, we were ordering Chromebooks to help with our SBAC testing. And we're, of course, it's a different context. We're looking at shifting that around so that way we can get more devices into students' hands.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate the response. I know President London's going to tell me to shut up. Just lastly, I do plan to introduce, hopefully tonight, a policy, at least the intent to discuss a policy at one of the future board meetings that is a distance learning policy that does address the very thing you're trying to tackle. But appreciate everyone's work. I yield to you, President London.
Thank you, Director Harris. I actually had the same thought about policy on distance learning and had sent an inquiry to staff on that topic. I believe Director Hinton Hodge, you wanted to go next. Was that correct? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, sure. I'll unmute myself. Thanks. Thanks everyone for the work. I'm appreciating you, Superintendent, for making sure that that we're calling out the folks that are working super hard and above and beyond. And I just, it's a hard space to not get acknowledgement, I think. And it's not even to judge like how well or who's a superstar or anything, because I think everyone's doing the best they can at wherever they're at their capacity. So appreciating you calling that out. I had questions around, on your slide, you said federal stimulus package, and I hope I wasn't distracted. I'm not really, I know that the understanding is in fact that the governor of California is actually responsible for doing a grant and asking for resources. And so I'm curious about that. I think, a lot of people are going to project that we're going to get all this money from the feds. And just to be really clear, we're getting about 1% of that $2 trillion that you heard about was going to an education fund, and a 0.5% of that was going to K-12 education. So I just want to get some clarity if there were numbers. I don't know that I saw or read that. I got the state piece. Just to kind of lift up from the Alma office. I've gotten a lot of calls about students, English language learners, newcomers, undocumented folks that are incredibly fearful around getting access to like Comcast. There's a lot of, I feel like almost misinformation around like what it takes for one to get those things. And so I continue to have this recommendation that there are some substitutes out there, or there are some volunteers out there that could be kind of partnering with you as a staff member. Also along with that, with families, like just to kind of increase the woman power to kind of drive some of this work that needs to happen, maybe with volunteers. In the SPED department, I am another place where I would say, like, could we get more volunteers and more attention? Deeply concerned about this area. I would actually like to see leadership inside of our school district that does not wait for a federal government to give us guidance around SPED. What we heard in the first 2 weeks, she was silent, the Secretary of Education, for a really long time. And when she spoke, she basically said, it's okay not to provide services. Don't worry about being punished or the compliance issue. That is not the standard that I would like to see us do. So I'm a little bit disturbed that we're waiting on a very discriminatory group of folks in leadership that I think are not going to serve us. I again want to lift up moderately and severely disabled students. I want to know, again, just how expertise we're going to behave around that, right? I just think that we need to do, that we can't do too much there. Those are families that can't even get respite care right now based on Corona, but they don't get any break. Then there is going to be an incredible achievement gap that happens for those kids that are used to touch, that are used to a difference in environment.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. If you could wrap up.
Okay, I will wrap up. The last piece is I'm definitely going to support Director Harris as you move forward around the the distant learning piece and that kind of stuff. And I just want to be really clear, I think, in our language around distant learning, which doesn't necessarily involve technology. So just being clear about that, and then knowing, and I'll obviously add things because I think that families are going to be an important piece of this in the conversations. And then the last part is really just about the hotspots piece and the devices. I'm appreciating the clarifying, but still, right? Like, I get calls from teachers saying I have 70 hotspots that I need. And so I just want to make sure that there's real clarity. I don't mind being a traffic cop, and I don't want to, bug or push people in any kind of way because you're doing a lot. But I think more over communication around that would be really helpful, and who is leading would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hinton-Hodge. Superintendent, did you want to respond to any thing that Director Hinton-Hodge raised, or Ms. Aguilera?
Yeah, I mean, I think one, in terms of the federal stimulus, as I stated earlier, we do not have the projections. I think the important piece to understand is that's one-time money, and it is to supplement, not supplant, any of our current efforts. We need to treat it similar to Title I dollars. When we know the specific apportionment that we'll receive, we will communicate that out. I echo everything in terms of special education. I would say, in particular, that is a group of students across the state and the nation that every district is wrestling to figure out how do we serve in this virtual state. And I hear the sentiment of not waiting for the federal government. And I would say, as a district, that has been my clear directive, not to necessarily wait for county, state, or federal. But for special education, the team needs to be mindful of just certain, regulations and laws. We need to continue to move forward to do what we need to do to serve families. So the urgency is there, but we do need to be mindful of what the laws are. And so I think that was the intent of the messaging there. But we cannot wait. We have students and families to serve. Our teachers need support. We have roughly 2,000 teachers. That's not including all the para-professionals. That's not including all of the individuals who provide supports to schools. And some folks feel more comfortable and ready to kind of jump into this unknown area and figure it out. And we're seeing others need a lot more support. So that's the challenge right now, that without guidance, there are no virtual learning standards. There is no curation across the county. there is no curation around the state. There is really nothing around the federal. So back to the moment of creativity, and this is what we in Oakland do best. And we're seeing that is really looking to see where people are figuring it out and lifting it up so that others can take it, make it their own, and use it for those school communities. So I appreciate you, Director Hodge, for just kind of underscoring we need to kind of take that into every aspect of this work. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on, Director Torres and then Vice President Gonzalez, and student directors. We have a time for you to ask questions or comments as well if you wish. Go ahead, Director Torres.
Do you want to let the student directors go first? I actually thought they usually went first when we were in our building, so maybe they should go next. They've been waiting.
Students, do you want to speak, or you want to? You have the floor if you want it. Can't hear you, Director Garibo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Director Smith-Dahl. Great. Go ahead, please.
Wait, can you put on mute because the echo? So basically the main thing that I want to uplift is just that I want to appreciate everyone for doing this work. I feel like everything moves so much slower with us being with like the distance and everything. But at the same time, I feel like just bringing up what Director Hodge said, I feel like we can't really wait for the state. Being somebody that has a special learning disability, it has been like working really odd, and just with everyone's, altercations and everyone's issues with COVID-19, it's like been super hard and stressful times, and being in a situation where it's like that emotional thing, like trying to motivate yourself as a student, regardless of anything, to do your work and just be like, okay, with the stresses of being at home, but we don't know everyone's circumstances. A lot of people have so many things that are hindering their ability to get online or do their work. And so on top of that added stress, having a learning disability or having language barriers, I think that we need to be super mindful about how can we, help them and meet them with their needs and meet them where they're at. So yeah, that's just really commentary. I don't really have any questions. I would advise everyone to pay attention to the comments that I seen a comment from a family member speaking about a child that they had who had altercations with but yeah, just making sure that they're in the loop and getting all the access to everything that they need.
Thanks. We're very glad that you've joined us this evening, Director Smith-Dahl, and we hope that you'll be able to continue going forward. And Director Garibo, we'd also like to give you an opportunity to speak if you wish.
Most definitely, going off from what Micah said, I feel like, all of this is very helpful, and I just want to emphasize all the help that we're bringing to our newcomers. I have cousins at home that barely getting to the stage of understanding English. They just arrived here like a year ago, so they're still on the process of learning English. So I've been trying to translate all of the work that they've been getting lately. So, the work that you guys are providing really does make a difference. And, speaking from a personal experience, it's really hard to just be a newcomer in a new country and not have an idea of what is English. But, just doing our best to provide the help that they need on these hard times.
Thank you very much. Director Torres.
Thank you. I'm going to go quick. There's a lot of things I have questions about in regard to the update. Ultimately, I appreciate the update, Superintendent and staff. What I really want to know is how we're doing in regard to a percentage of things being accomplished. So what percentage of students in the newcomer designation are being served? Are we at 10%, 15%? Because we're only in the first few weeks of all of this. So I just feel like there's no scrutiny in just putting it out there of statistically, this is where we are, and this is what we hope to accomplish week by week. Otherwise, we can't measure your report. It's a nice report and it's helpful to know what you're working on, but I think measurables are always important and a sense of urgency, because ultimately we all know the elephant in the room is lost learning, but lost learning is for all students, because physically being in the class with each other and hearing each other, that's the beauty of school. Lost learning is all the socialization, all of the learning about another kid's culture, just a lot of things, being on the playground, what have you, for the younger kids. I feel like we have to have measurables, because we're working up against this like weird clock of the more we're not doing, the more we're doing distant learning and schools are closed. And even if they're closed in August through December, the more we're going to be needing to rely on metrics. How far along are we on reaching the newcomers? I was asked to work with 2 big grants that were given to a friend's organization, 100 Black Men. They want to work on homelessness for Black and Latinos from Wells Fargo and ESSA Foundation grants. Bottom line is, I see the word homeless under newcomers, and I'm saying, I hope I can get the data on how many homeless students we have so we could serve them. And the fact of the matter is, it's hard to tell how we're going to coordinate it. And this is, I know, not anybody's problem or fault. It's hard to tell how to find out from who we're going to get this different information. Director Harris is talking about a policy around distance learning, and I'm being asked to also work on a county-wide, city-wide policy for hotspots to be implemented and paid by FEMA. This is happening with board member friends in Santa Clara County. So I'm working on different things, but who do we talk to and how do we know where we're going to get the actual data of those 2,898 hotspots? So I'm going to need that as other types of things are coming to the fold. And that's all that I'm asking for, because I think I deserve that. I need that as a board member. I've asked for that this past week. It's going to be critical for me to do that if I'm going to get those FEMA dollars, to be able to say where those hotspots are and so on and so forth. So I look forward to working with Director Harris on that policy and being the part of the technology part of it, and then working on eliminating homelessness. We shouldn't have homelessness in this country, but alas, we have homeless students. And so I hope to be able to give away that Wells Fargo money to the right families to get off the street during this difficult, scary time. So I know it's not a question, it's more of a plea, as you can tell, of what I need to also do other work that's now coming out.
Thank you, Director Torres. I'm sure the superintendent will follow up with you. Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you for the very thorough report. So Mike, I have mostly questions. I know there's students that we haven't been able to reach, and I am wondering, what are we doing about that? And the main question I have is, are we just going to promote students that we haven't been able to get a hold of and they haven't been involved in distance learning? And if so, then what measures are going to be taken if they're promoted to the next grade to make sure that they're getting caught up, so that they're not hopelessly behind next year? I also heard that all summer school is going to be virtual, and I'm just wanting to understand why that is. If the restrictions are lifted and people are allowed to spend time together again, why are we planning for only virtual summer school? Because I just feel like, if we can do in-person summer bridge, for example, things like that to help build community, that's really important. I also heard you say, Superintendent, that we're planning on some measures for distance learning in the fall. And so I just want to understand why. Is that because if there's a recurrence of COVID-19, or I really want to understand why that is, because I don't think we've gotten guidance from the governor yet on what it's supposed to look like when we go back to school. And then finally, I just want to say some of us got an email today from Equity Allies for OUSD. Tomorrow there is a drive-through drop-off for devices. So if you're like me and you have an old laptop at home, Oakland Technology West is collecting them from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. tomorrow at Poplar and West Grand. And there are students and families who really need those devices. So 11 to 2 tomorrow, Oakland Technology West, Poplar and West Grand, drive-through device drop-off. But Superintendent, I'd really like to hear answers to those questions. And if you can only get to one of them, can you please speak about what we're doing about students we can't reach, and are we planning to promote them, and how are we gonna support them?
So as I've been starting to communicate, I think in terms of the loss of learning, we need to be thinking about that over the course of several years. Between students that we know we are not able to reach, and even students who we are able to reach. The setting in which we're having instruction right now is not ideal. And so we know we're gonna have to build into, and I'll have Sandra, our Chief Academic Officer, share some of the ideas of how we're thinking about for next school year. We're gonna have to build into opportunities for some review. Holding students back and that retention of a grade level actually is not going to necessarily be the solution. We're going to have to figure out in the next grade level how we build in opportunities and investments for students to recover these lost months of instruction. In terms of summer learning, we have not received, until we receive clear guidance that we are able to return school to what it was before, we need to plan as though we're still in this phase. And so if we're planning as if we're still in this phase, and we know virtual learning is not ideal, but what is worse is not doing any form of summer school, given the loss of instruction. And so I've been explicit with the team, we need to plan for the worst and hope for the best. If the shelter-in-place ordinances are completely lifted, and we need to be mindful, we didn't go from A to Z. First, we had restrictions on large gatherings, right? Then it was small gatherings. And so we don't know yet what that launch back into whatever the normal is going to be after this. So, and June is right around the corner. And so the team is planning on, us being able to provide a level of learning virtually, if we're able to do more of a hybrid, and all of our planning at this point as a district, we're doing as a county and communicating with the county public health so that we can really look at what are we seeing as a result of, we know there's no vaccine for the next 12 to 18 months. We know we have limited testing. And so what is the safest way to bring our students back? I'm only saying fall, I'm not saying it definitively, but we're not exactly sure when we are going to be given guidance that it is absolutely safe to return exactly to how we had school before. And so I think it's a responsibility of every systems leader to be thinking through multiple ways of what the fall looks like. And then when we get that clear guidance, we have a number of models that we can go to. So it is a bit vague. We do know the tight is we want to make sure that there's some form of summer learning. And as soon as we have more guidance from the county, we will definitely be sharing that in future reports.
Thank you. Director Ng, did you want to offer some comments?
Not at this time. Thank you very much.
And Director Yee, have we, I believe you started. I'm sorry, we've been on this item for a while. So I will just say, I'll time myself, that I really appreciate this report and the many, many issues that everyone is grappling with. I think there's no harder, well, there are many, many hard jobs right now, but one of the hardest, I think, is to be an educator and to every day wake up and have different circumstances. And I want to really appreciate how you all are managing in this extreme uncertainty. I'm sure we all have our little obsessions during COVID-19. Mine is around right now is around what does the recovery look like? And if you're interested, I have some great podcasts and articles I can send you if you want to hear more about it. But we are not, I don't know if we will ever go back to what to what school was like 7 weeks ago. It just does not sound like that's going to happen anytime soon. And so I really think that the scenario planning that you're doing is the right thing to be doing. It's a very, very challenging situation. So I very much appreciate that. And then I think that this guidance from the state, like, we're not going to wait for that. This whole thing started because of local health officers, and local health officers are going to be the ones who say what can happen in Alameda County. Our local orders were more strict to begin with. So I think that's important. The other thing that's very worrisome to me, and I'm very glad you're monitoring, is the situation with the budget, because I think it's going to be really hard. I was on the board during the Great Recession, as was Director Hinton Hodge, and Director Yee. We made very difficult decisions, and I think these are going to be equally difficult. So a lot of unknown, and I really appreciate you all just being in the moment and managing through this uncertainty. And I also want to thank the parents. I mean, I think one of the biggest challenges with all of this is how do parents go back to work if we're not able to allow kids to go back to school full time? I think that is a huge societal challenge. And I also really want to appreciate, Superintendent, you lifting up that this is not a problem that we own alone. And I really want to impress that on the community and on the city, that these issues around hotspots, around homelessness, around food, we are the front line for how these problems and these challenges manifest. And it's really important for us to keep reminding people that this is a shared responsibility. And I appreciate your emphasis on that, Superintendent. So I will leave it there. Thank you. And we will, did folks want to offer comment again on this or have more questions? I said we could do 2 rounds if we needed to. Okay. Oh, Director Hinton Hodge, go ahead. You can have one more bite at the apple.
Go back to actually your report in the same way that Director Harris kind of lifted up Jean.
Thank you.
Just an appreciation. I think for me, my lesson with him, who he represented to me, was a time when the district was coming out of state receivership, and there wasn't a lot of confidence. There wasn't a lot of, yes, he had done that work prior, but we were in state receivership for 6 years, and he was, whether he thought we were right or wrong or perfect in any kind of way, he actually stood up for us and said, to whatever powers it was, be just the confidence of working with us, made it so that we did get Measure J, made it so that like we could do technology, we could look at the possibility of rebuilding 2nd Avenue, La Escuelita, all these wonderful things, Fremont now. So just he's in it, but more importantly, like the mindset is something that I'm always asking: do people like Oakland? Do they like Oakland Unified School District? Do they like us enough to support us? And he represented to me someone who was like unconditionally about this school district, and did not tear us down in any kind of way, and stepped out for us always. So I'm deeply indebted to him, and really pray that he watches over this process as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. And I should have provided you all an opportunity to comment. I apologize there. Any additional comments, colleagues, right now? If not, we're going to go back.
Board President.
Oh, yes, please.
I just wanted to, just ending my report, I wanted to give a deep appreciation for all the administrative assistants with all the different job titles all across the district, for all the work that they are doing. So much behind the work in terms of just helping students and families, connecting with different teachers. Just deeply appreciate the work that you all do, and virtually celebrating you all today. I would be remiss without just giving a special shout out to Miss Robin Sasada, who is my own executive assistant. I could not function without her. She finishes my sentences, keeps my head on straight, makes sure I don't lose my mind, my keys, my purse. So deeply appreciate you and all the folks across the district who just keep us running and keep us going in the right direction. Hats off to you.
Thank you, Thank you, Superintendent. We're going to go now to the student director report. So thank you, students, and appreciate your patience in getting to your item. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, President London. We just want to emphasize that we are happy to be able to join today's meeting. We as student directors have had to go through a lot of steps to be able to participate meaningfully. That goes to say, you know, we are seniors, and this role is like critical for the continued institutionalized of students' voice in OUSD. We want to acknowledge that these are very difficult times for us as students, and we are doing our best to get connected with the community. You know, as high school seniors, this is hitting us the hardest, but we will continue to do our part by representing the 36,000 students in our district. We want to also send our love, good health to all of our students, families, and staff during these challenging and uncertain times. You know, there's always that light at the end of the tunnel. Micah, do you want to talk about Earth Day?
Yeah, so.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, today is Earth Day. This marks the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and we want to shout out all the youth leaders that have been outspoken and leading our climate justice movement, and just, you know, honestly, preserving the earth and loving the earth and appreciating Mother Nature every day, not just today, is super important. So people, Youth versus Apocalypse, Oaktown Proud Student Ambassador Program, Mycelium Youth Network, Warriors for Justice, and many more people that have been involved in, you know, Earth Day and loving Mother Nature.
And climate justice, of course. So as for our ACC activities, we have been really active and busy. We successfully completed communications with our peers on their questions related to the pandemic on our health and academics. On March 24th and March 26th, we successfully broadcasted our Instagram Live to answer questions our students had on these difficult times. Over 200 students were participating and watching us, showing how important it is to get connected. You know, this felt very important to us as student directors because we were able to get the voices of the youth we represent heard. We want to thank our superintendent and her team for participating and supporting ACC's vision come to life. We also want to thank the public health professionals from UCSF, nurses in Alameda County Public Health Department who join us to answer questions students have. Lastly, big shout out to the rest of our ACC student leaders, adult allies from the Office of Equity, Health and Wellness, and Restorative Justice Unit, and students who supported us and joined us. We are really excited to continue to do more Instagram Lives with our superintendent in the upcoming weeks to increase communication and accessibility of information with our students.
So we also felt the need to create a space to hear from students as a special ACC student survey. Student voice during COVID-19 as OUSD navigates our education system in a time of public health emergency. We want to hear from our students on what is working, what is not, and what ideas you have to maintain quality education with equity as students first in mind. We created a student survey to ask questions about online distance learning, academics, quality teaching, access, resources, and support services, including nutrition services, health, and other social emotional health, mental health, wellness. How is student voice and leadership and partnership happening on all decisions that are taking place? Lastly, on what communication formats that work best for students. The questions help us understand what is the experience, and also the ideas, recommendations on how to support. The survey is for middle school students and high school students. The deadline is this Sunday for April 26th. We have the survey available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. We also hope to share the students in a report district and each board member and also our superintendent and community. We are hopeful and the results lead to proposals for this school board and our superintendent.
With that being said, we are really proud of being here, and we know this position is really important, and we want to recognize that, we are doing our best to be here and to stay connected with the community, and we'll continue to make our faces show and just be here and doing what we do best, and is get the youth voice represented. So for flyers, permission slips, or more information on any of the announcements above, please contact All City Council Student Union via Instagram at All City Council OUSD, or email us at s_denelson.garribo-ignacio@ousd.org, or s_micah.smith@ousd.org, or our meaningful student engagement staff, aurora.lopez@ousd.org. Thank you.
Thank you, student directors. Any questions or comments for the student directors, colleagues? Director Torres, we're going to keep this to 2 minutes, please.
So I just wanted to say to both of you that it's nice to see you, first of all. We've had a few meetings since we've been in lockdown, house arrest, whatever you want to call it. I just don't have the ankle monitor. We have missed you, and I just know that you guys are very professional. So you gave this great report, but on a personal note, are you both in need of anything? I know your exterior is that you're well put together, and I know you're working on a very great project for the November election about voting for school board races. But other than that, how are you doing, and is there anything you need from us?
Thank you so much, Director Torres. Like we've said, these are very difficult times for us, and we've been doing the best to be here and representing us and our youth. For me, it's very hard because of my living conditions. My house is really packed, so it's very hard to be on screen for a long time and be engaged. So with ACC helped me to provide me a space, and Micah's being my company right now, practicing social distancing. Of course, she's on the other side of the table. But yeah, these are very difficult times for us, and just doing our best to be here. And yeah, go Mike.
I think that most definitely it is. First of all, thank you for asking. It is very difficult times, especially for me. I feel like I'm losing my mind inside the house. So I feel like even honored to step outside and be here today with Denelson, having, some time outdoors, walking around, coming over here. I don't really think I need anything from support from you guys. I really appreciate the ask. I just feel really honored to be here and at the meeting. My apologies for not being able to attend the past few meetings since COVID. There has just been, honestly, and I'm sure other people have had family issues, but my family has experienced a loss. So with COVID-19, it has just been super hard to deal with. But other than that, I'm very happy and honored to still be supporting my community in whatever ways that I can. So yeah.
Thank you. I really do
appreciate you, Director Torres, for asking for our well-being.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Anybody else have questions or comments? Director Harris, Director Hinton Hodge. Go ahead, Director Harris.
Just want to also say thank you to both of you for stepping out there, for sharing, and for being present tonight. And if you do need something, call us, right? And let us know, even if it's just to talk. And just want to encourage you. I was talking to my cousin earlier. He's like, some days I'm up, some days I'm down. I think that's everyone, right? But remember, it's us that get us through this. And so when you're feeling down, reach out and call somebody you trust. And when they're feeling down, encourage them to reach out and call you. So just remember that we are all humans, and this is when we're at our best, is when we can connect. And so just thank you for sharing your personal story tonight with us, and just let us know what you need. That's one benefit, I guess, of being a part of this team, is that you can call on us, and hopefully you feel comfortable enough to do that. And thank you again, Director Torres, for asking about how these young folks are doing. So thank you both. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Let's go to Director Hinton Hodge, and then I think I see Director Yee. We can't hear you, Director Hinton Hodge.
Sorry about that. Thank you, directors, for your report and for your work, and frankly, like, for taking the space and the time that you need to do this. I think that we're in new times and new territories, and sometimes I think there's a lot of folks that are just kind of faking the funk and being like super busy, and we got this, and we're rolling, we're moving, and take the breath that you need. I think your concern and care, obviously, about your senior year and what's next is just very real. However we can support, I think you push us into that. Whatever it is that you need, demand it. I wanted to offer to you and to other young people, I don't know what you're doing around mental health. Therapy has saved my life. I will always feel like it's a safe space. It's a place where we need to go. And I feel like, as folks of color, Black and brown, we don't always get those same messages around it. And so I was in a session, Courageous Conversation, around race, the work that I try to do regularly. And we've been doing like 3-day seminars. And so a young woman who was her first year at UCLA, obviously had to come back home, pretty devastated, and is going through her process. And she shared with me a website, SANVELLO, sanvillo.com. And this is a space that she and a lot of her peers and colleagues that are in college are kind of going to and like checking in. It's free because of COVID right now. So if you need a space to talk and to engage, and I'm trying to, in general, like build, more resources and share them out. So I can text it to you so you can really have it. But, and if that's not cool for you, something else, calm.com or something like that, right? Like, take advantage. And then I just want to tag on, like, appreciating you all also for lifting, Earth Day. And, for me, it's important to look at like how that impacts me as a Black woman, and how it impacts the Black community. And again, these are spaces sometimes where it's perceived as, climate change is a white movement. And yet we know that in Black and brown, Native American communities, Southeast Asian communities, PI communities, we are impacted deeply by an environment, right? Environmental injustice that happens on a regular basis. And so I wanted to lift up in honor of a great civil rights leader who was the preacher before Dr. Martin Luther King at Dexter Baptist Church, and his name was Reverend Dr. Vernon Johns. And so it was like one of those cats, in the 50s that was talking about how do we care for our environment? How do we make sure that that we're whole? And this is in the middle of Jim Crow, when there's hard to access food, when, we did have to live on the land, and we were about the cultivators of the land. And so just want to lift his name up. And, I feel like Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta and other folks that have cared for the land, but also sometimes have not always had the best environments to live and breathe in, but work on behalf of, this country. So happy Earth Day. Corona obviously has cleaned the air up a little bit because ain't nobody riding around. So, there's some, we can see the Himalayas now. So anyway, thank you guys, and just do the self-care. Take your time, do you.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Director Yee.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Director Yee.
Okay, great. My board colleagues are really great in reaching out to you. We are actually privileged because we get to see you at the board meetings, and we get to see you for most of the board meeting. I just wanted to let you know two things. One is there hasn't been a Zoom meeting that has happened where many members of the public have actually also asked about you. They were actually nervous about why we got emails and even people express their concerns for you. So I want you to know it's not just us, it's the whole community that is sensitive and concerned, not concerned, but looking after you. And they're you because they see you as real contributors. And the second thing is I know that we have some staff, some civic and community engagement staff, you know, Aurora and Raquel and Cynthia and others. And occasionally I'll talk to them or see them. And I'm assuming that they're staying in touch with you because they're letting me know that you guys are, you know, that you guys are okay. And so, you know, just giving them Kyla's a traditional shout out, because we like to know that we've invested in staff that reaches out to our students, and as not just as students, but as young human beings. And I want to appreciate them representing all of us on our behalf to you. So.
Thank you, Director Yee. And again, student directors, thank you for being here. We're really, really delighted to have you. And I echo the comments. If you need something, if there's something you want to convey, please do reach out and let us know how we can help you, because we do want to help. So I think with that, we will leave the student director report. And we're going to go now to item N, which is comment by collective bargaining units. If you are a leader of a collective bargaining unit and you would like to speak right now, this would be the time to raise your hand. And I'm going to ask Mr. Se Chow if he can call on those leaders who have their hands raised. I know I did see Mr. Brown's name in the chat. I haven't had a chance to look at it recently. Mr. Se Chow, do we have any union leaders who wish to speak under this item?
Yes, we do. We have Keith Brown.
Great. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Hello,
Mr. Brown, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for all you've been doing lately. I know you've been carrying a lot as well, and we really appreciate you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for asking. I'm Keith Brown, teacher at Bret Harte Middle School, president of the Oakland Education Association. I wanted to share a statement from myself and Susan Solomon, who's the president of the United Educators of San Francisco, and this is on behalf of the educators of the Bay Area. In just a few weeks' time, while sheltering in place, like everyone else, while worrying about whether our students and their families are safe, and while experiencing swift major adjustments like everyone else to our own work, home, and family situations, the educators in Oakland, San Francisco, and the Bay Area have been working as hard as we can to take care of our students. In circumstances that are far from ideal and even scary, we have quickly moved curriculum and instruction online, learning to use tools and strategies most of us have never used before. We have reached out to our students and family by phone, text, email, and video conferences. Throughout all of these sudden changes, we have focused on equity. How can we provide to students who don't have access to the internet? How can we make sure that they and their families are safe and have food? What can we do for students who are providing care for younger siblings while their parents work or are now the sole wage earners in their households? We are doing all we can to bring smiles, security, caring, and academic content to our students from preschool through high school, even though we can't all be with each other in our classrooms and schools. We are public school teachers, counselors, paraeducators, and support personnel are committed to doing all of this for one simple, fundamental, important reason. Our students, all of our students deserve nothing less. They are the center of all that we do. And lastly, I just want to also say from hearing about a significant number of our students not having access to technology, that we need to make sure that no harm is done to our students. We cannot have grading policies that reproduce racial inequities. So we need to do all that we can to make sure that there's internet access for all students, and that our students should not be punished for these inequities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We do appreciate everything that you've done, and I think you're aware that on our consent agenda tonight is approval of the memorandum of understanding, and we appreciate working with you to get that in place as quickly as we were able to. Mr. Seichow, are there additional union leaders who wish to speak right now?
Right now there's a person with the name Kim with her hand raised, so I'm not sure if she's part of it.
Kim, can you just indicate to us whether you are a union leader or whether you're wanting to speak on the next item, which is public comment on the agenda items that we have discussed so far to date? Okay, we're not hearing from Kim.
No, this is Kim Davis. I just wanted to speak about the student director report.
Oh, okay, that's going to be the next item, which is the comments on the agenda items that we just took up. So at this point, not seeing any other union leaders, why don't we go into that item, Ms. Davis? At this point, I don't know why I'm getting that echo. Why don't we go into that item, Ms. Davis?
Ms. Davis?
I don't know why I'm getting that echo. Okay, Ms. Davis, go ahead.
Yes?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. I'm going to mute myself. I don't know what's going on.
Is it my turn to speak? I'm sorry.
We're now on item N.
I believe it's item O.
There's
The next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Wait, this is item N. We're now on, I'm doing item N. So this is comments on the items that we have taken up till now, A through N, because I'm sorry, I know that's where we are. We're on item N. And Kim Davis wanted to speak and she didn't get to, so she had a comment on the student director report. I want to make sure she gets to speak.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Davis?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize. There's a differential between the KDOL and I was watching it on the television, but speaking on Zoom. So that's why I was confused. Anyway, I just wanted to say how great it is to have the student directors here and to hear about, their obvious concern and compassion for their other fellow students, and just really wanting to say how tragic this is for all the seniors. And I feel for you guys so much that this pandemic has really changed what should be a really important moment in your life. And I hope people are able to find ways to celebrate each other despite this. But I also wanted to say, in particular to Director Garabo, I loved your video about the youth vote. And I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited about the work that you all have done to get this in front of the City Council so that 16 and 17-year-olds can vote in school board elections. And I want to encourage all of our OUSD school board directors to please jump on board with these students. They have proven themselves time and time again to be amazing, thoughtful leaders. And this is something that they will be an asset to, to our electoral process, but also they deserve to have a voice in what's happening for them. So I just urge our school board directors to please jump on board supporting these students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Seychow, next speaker.
Yes, next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. I appreciate some of the comments, especially from Director Hinton Hodge and the student directors, starting to talk about some of the equity issues that this crisis has just exacerbated. But I think we need to be really, really careful. Listening to this presentation, it's clear that thousands of families across Oakland don't have access to the distance learning as it's currently being set up. We know that a lot of these families will never have reliable access to the internet. And so what are we doing to make sure we are not losing these families? It should automatically be stated right now that no students are going to fail and that students are going to be passed on to the next grade. But there's a much larger issue looming. As we're trying to backfill for the last 5 weeks of the school year, what is the plan for going forward? If distance learning is going to be the new norm in the summer or in the fall, there needs to be a plan put in place right now to guarantee that every student has quality access to what's being delivered. And just lastly, as the superintendent said, there are going to be tough decisions coming. There is a huge problem also with equity when it comes to having meetings by Zoom call, and it still hasn't been addressed. It's the same problem that we have for many of our students with distance learning. It's only more so when we're talking about making important decisions for our school board by Zoom call. Not only do most people not have access, as Ms. Davis just pointed out, even if you're watching on TV, you can't really have access to the meeting. But on top of that, there's still no translation being given for any of these Zoom meetings. So we now know that this is having a disparate impact, especially on immigrant communities and communities of color in low-income settings. Why is the school board moving to this model, and what is going to be done to make sure that our most vulnerable families are not cut out of this process participation because of this crisis?
That's your time. General Counsel Daniels or Superintendent, would you like to speak to the translation issue? I believe we're working on that, and we're hoping to have it either for this meeting or the next one.
This is Josh Daniels, General Counsel. Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Yeah, we had tried to pilot a Spanish translation for tonight's meeting. As with any pilot, we're learning the new technology, and it didn't launch the way we had hoped. We have looked at a couple other districts that are also piloting efforts, and we certainly hope to have it up and running. This is a pilot for one language for Spanish come the next meeting.
Thank you, General Counsel. Mr. Seychow, is there another speaker?
Yes, we do. We have the next speaker. We have approximately 3 speakers. The next one is Asada Olabala.
Welcome, Ms. Olabala.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. First, I'd like to address the possibility, if it could be explained, if there's an equitable process for distribution of materials and computers. And I know we can't reach everybody, but I would hope the system is working in some equitable manner. The other thing I'd like to, and Ms. Gonzalez, you spoke to the promotion process, and I'm not going to go into detail, but the one thing we don't want to have is social promotion. Yesterday on CNN, it was uplifted that they expect sometime in the fall or winter a resurge of the virus, which will result in more deaths than we're presently dealing with. And so it doesn't look like we're going to have a very smooth process, but we need to look into this research issue. The other thing, and lastly, is besides learning, there are services that children are not having an opportunity to get to have. Social workers, psychologists, tutoring, occupational therapists, speech therapists, physical therapy. Distant learning cannot accommodate these services. Along with that, even if you had distant learning, students who are autistic, severe profound, visually impaired, have specific learning disabilities, emotionally disturbed children. Distance learning is not going to be able to accommodate them. And I know we can't do everything. It's just to bring it to your attention, because this is a situation where they're not always having answers to everything.
Thank you, Ms. Olubala. Mr. Seychow, can you call the next speaker?
The next speaker is Carol Dalton.
Go ahead, Ms. Dalton.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I'd like to say that I very much appreciated that the superintendent's report tonight included the fiscal area that has not been part of that report for many months, and it's a really critical area. I have been very concerned because all of the budget and finance meetings that had been on the calendar were taken off the calendar completely. So it's very good to hear that one of them is going forward on May 7th. But my concern about the topic is that those meetings were specifically designed for us, as I understood it, as a community, to be able to hear about some of the suggestions that were made for revenue generation and cost savings. And if there's ever a time when the district's going to need revenue generation and cost savings, it's going to be the coming 2 years. So I'm very concerned that going forward, there might be a situation, as there has been in times of crisis, where people have ideas about what might mitigate the cuts or what might mitigate the situation, and it hasn't been costed out. I think we still have an opportunity to work on some of those issues, and I hope that we do that. I also appreciate that the superintendent clarified the budget years that she was talking about, because the slide seemed to imply that there would be a cut for this year, 1920. So I appreciate the clarification that we're talking about 2021 and 21-22. Lastly, I'd like to say that I hope that we will be hearing more about the organization of the fiscal services in the district, especially with a new CBO contract being talked about later, and that all of those things that have been worked on this year in terms of organization and processes and systems that have also been the subject of audit findings, that work also goes forward.
Thank
and
you,
that
Ms. Dalton. That's your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Seychow, who's next?
Madam Vice President, that concludes public speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, is there anything else before we move on to item P, adoption of the general consent report? Okay, great. Mr. Rakestraw, we will now move on to item P, adoption of the general consent report, minus the item that that Director Harris pulled. Director Harris, it looks like you would like to say something.
I don't know how to raise my hand, but yes, I heard from Tadashi. My question was about it was about why the contract was delayed in getting to the board. Tadashi let me know that the contract was delayed due to just negotiations. So no need to pull it from the consent. We can include it if that's doable, or if we have to wait, that's fine.
I trust that Mr. Rakestraw will let us know if we need to do something different.
For sure.
Can we take public comment, Mr. Seychow, on item P, adoption of the general consent?
Do we want to move it first?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I still move.
Second.
Great. Public comments, Mr. Seychow?
Okay, there we go. I see hands going up now. We have Mike Hutchinson, the first speaker.
Go ahead, Mr. Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. Yes, there's always going to be a delay for hands, especially since there's a delay on the TV broadcast between that and what goes directly on Zoom. I have several questions. Beyond the Madison Park construction contract quadrupling in price, which seems shocking, especially being done now, there's questions about the propriety of making some of these decisions now at all. I would love to see the school board make a decision to only vote on essential contracts at this time, when there's limited participation and most people can't even get on this Zoom call. The other thing is I was very surprised to see amendments to contracts because of COVID-19. According to my calculations, if we're closed for 2 months of the school year, a lot of these contracts and outside providers will not be providing services for 20% of the contract that they were contracted for. So if we're going to continue paying these providers, it would be really prudent for the community for you to give us a list of the services they're providing in kind. If they are not providing services or can't now because of this crisis, the district should be moving to get 20% of those contracts. On our last budget interim report, it showed that almost $80 million this year was being spent on contracts and consultants. 20% of that would be possibly $16 million we could get returned to the district. So when is there going to be an effort to really look at the contracts you've already signed and to limit things going forward until we're out of this crisis situation?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hutchinson. I wanted to give our general counsel a second to speak to that issue. I believe that we actually have done a review of contracts and eliminated ones that were no longer relevant given the crisis. So I'll just, general counsel, if you want to hop on for a second to speak to that, that'd be great.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Yeah, we actually have been pulling, since the school closures, we've been pulling contracts that would have otherwise gone to the board to ensure that the scopes of work in those contracts match up with how they're actually providing the service. What's interesting is that under both SB 117 and the Federal CARES Act, there is some expectation around maintaining payment of employees and contractors to the extent possible. So that influence how we analyze each contract. The COVID amendment itself, for those who want to read it, it's not that long. It allows flexibility in the scope of work for providers of school site services to do so in a manner that is consistent with the shelter-in-place orders, which primarily means virtual. So there have been a number of providers that previously provided in-person services who have been able to transition to virtual services and done so very expeditiously, but their scopes of work wouldn't otherwise allow it. And so the COVID amendment allows them to continue that, to continue to invoice us, and to continue to provide those services to our students consistent with the contract.
Thank you, General Counsel. Are there more public comments, Mr. Seychow?
Yes, we do. Asada Olabala.
Olabala?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to pay attention to P13, the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators. And that item, on an annual basis, you're required to identify that you have within your teaching personnel individuals who are not certified or qualified to teach the subject matters for which they are instructing. This is something that we need to be aware of and trying to get to where we want to get maximum teaching and learning, that we're not there when we have people in the classroom not certified to do the work. The next item is P25, which is the Low Star Charter School Project. I've been reading about the safety issues for construction workers and how those issues are impacting their health and safety. And I don't know if it's your responsibility or Low Star's responsibility to guarantee the safety of those workers having to do with hygiene issues, distance within the working, and other issues that have to do with their health and safety. But I think it would be appropriate for someone to identify who's taking responsibility to make sure construction workers will be safe. And I think that concludes all of my concerns with issues, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Next speaker.
That concludes the public speaking for this item.
Great, thank you. And I apologize, I stepped away for a moment. Have we taken public comment on non-agenda items, Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes, we have.
We have, great. And we're now voting on the consent agenda, I take it.
That's right.
With the exception of item P4, which we will take up at the end of new business.
Well, actually, Director Harris got his question answered, so we can do the whole consent agenda.
Great, okay. And so Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please, then, on the consent agenda?
President Lynn, we have not done board comments, so I don't know if there's any board comments.
We don't usually do board comments on the consent agenda, but if you all want to, go ahead. Director Harris, did you have a comment? Okay, can we call the roll, please?
It's on the roll call to adopt the general consent report as published. Student Director Smith Dahl.
Yes.
Student Director Garibo.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
I think she's saying yes.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The general consent report is adopted.
President London, I think I misspoke. We did item O, public comments on agenda items. Now we need to do item Q.
Okay, so we're going to move now to item Q, which is public comment on items that are not on our agenda but are within our jurisdiction. Mr. Sage, if you wish to speak on items that are not on the agenda, please raise your hand. I see that we have 2 hands raised. I'm going to ask Mr. Seichow if he will call on those people. Go ahead, Mr. Seichow.
Yes, the first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Great, and each speaker will have 2 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Olabala.
Yes, ma'am. First, I just want to acknowledge that at the meeting of the Alameda County's Board of Supervisors yesterday, they certified Measure C as passing, which was the measure voted on in March, Care for Our Kids. Because of the passage of that measure, we are now going to be able to have better and more affordable health care for our children and more affordable and better services related to early childhood education in Alameda County. And for all the people that supported that measure, thank you for supporting children. The second thing is, with the discussion that went on around the LCAP children and the newcomers who deservedly need to be uplifted in terms of their need, we continue to have the problem that because of Proposition 209, we cannot speak about race. Therefore, African-American children who are disproportionately low performing as it relates to learning skills, their needs cannot be addressed. And I just continue as a passion and a love of my people, want something to happen for this group. And that need is there, but we can't do anything about it because of Proposition 209. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Welcome, Mr. Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. I appreciate the thank yous that everyone's giving each other, but it's really been a little bit disappointing to see how Oakland's leadership has again failed to step in at this moment of crisis. There's a huge amount of trauma, distrust, and inequity that this school district and this school board in particular seems to continue to foster. Just in tonight's presentations, the superintendent said, quote, "There is no standards for distance learning." This gives us the opportunity to address some of these longstanding issues. But instead of actually working with the community and then developing a plan to provide learning to our students based on equity, we have this backfill of 5 weeks left in the school year where there's this scramble to get devices and hotspots when we know that will never make up the gap. And so again, we're looking for our school board to provide leadership that you were voted to provide. And again, also, these meetings being run in this way limits participation from the very groups that are punished through our inequity. So we're demanding 3 things: a plan for how OUSD will get through this crisis that includes how we'll reopen our schools. 2, that OUSD adhere to a community checklist to determine when and under what conditions it is safe to reopen our schools. And 3, the school board limit their votes to only essential decisions, and that there's a reassessment of how those decisions are going to be made during this crisis. Zoom calls are not inadequate substitute for democracy. And we expect a lot better out of the leaders that we elected to ensure we're allowed to participate in our public education system and we're allowed to move forward collectively to build the kind of schools our community deserves. It's up to you, and we are counting on you to make these things happen, not reinforce inequities by moving everything to the internet that we don't provide to our families.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Kim Davis.
Hi, Kim Davis. I want to ditto what Mr. Hutchinson said just a moment ago. I do think, it's great that we have the ability to have Zoom and be able to conduct essential business, but I do think that we need to then just conduct absolutely essential business and understand that this is not a substitute for democracy. The thing I actually wanted to say was I hope that in the upcoming Budget and Finance Committee, but just generally that there will be, once again, I am raising the issue of the concentration fund formula, which has the impact of disadvantaging all schools that have a majority Black population. I think, obviously not intended, but the impact is there and it needs to be addressed. The way that it was addressed was just to lower the threshold, but primarily African American schools remain disadvantaged under the formula. It needs to be changed, and there needs to be some acknowledgement of the harm that was caused by that change to the schools for next year, and a restoration of some funds. So I hope that is an issue that is being addressed by the staff. I haven't heard anything about it, and that the Budget and Finance Committee will take a really strong look at that, because it is something that is inappropriate and needs to be changed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments?
Yes, next speaker is Carol Dalton.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Dalton.
Good evening again, board. I wanted to complete some of the comments that I started to make earlier, and that has to do with some of the work that I see as foundational to a well-running district and therefore a fiscally successful district. And that is that the repeated audit findings on issues like attendance, on issues such as the restricted funds, on issues such as the ASB funds, that those continue to be worked on and don't just keep coming up year after year. And that as the fiscal organization is worked on going forward, that the public know where those things stand, because ultimately they do redound to the financial harm of the district if they're not dealt with. I'd also like to support the previous speaker's point on the concentration formula and how that is allocated to the schools. And lastly, say that in this time, which has mostly been very difficult, I hope that there are some creative thoughts on how district staff might group and use some of the electronics going forward to perhaps not need 1000 Broadway, or perhaps not need an additional building, so that all of that funding can be more directed towards student services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Is there any further public comment?
No, Madam President, that concludes public speaker for this item.
Great, thank you. So now we are on item R, which is public hearings, and we have no public hearings tonight. So we're going to move on to item S, which is unfinished business. The first item is item S1, 192517. This is our facilities master plan. Before I turn it over to Director Yee, who chairs our facilities committee, I just want to note that we are not going to be voting on the facilities master plan tonight. We will be discussing the updated draft that has come forward. The Facilities Committee wants to further discuss the document itself again on, I believe their meeting is Friday morning. Is that correct, Director Yee? So this will
That is correct.
And I apologize to people who read my newsletter and thought we were going to be voting on this tonight. We are not voting on the Facilities Master Plan update tonight. But I do want to state that, and when we get to the actual plan, I'll talk about it again, but I think it's very appropriate that on Earth Day, we are talking about a Facilities Master Plan that includes living schoolyards, that talks about climate resilience and how we're going to do better with backup energy and making our buildings energy efficient and taking advantage of ways to tie our built environment and model for our students the values that they need to be environmental stewards. With that, Director Yee, I will turn it over to you. Thank you. We're not hearing you, Director Yee. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay. I believe I am unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Now you are. You were not at first. And I also want to welcome Mr. Nakatagawa to the meeting. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Right. I wanted to thank my colleagues on the committee, Vice President Gonzalez and Director Torres, and also the staff of the facilities, the department for this work, which has been, as far as I can see, at least 6 or 8 months in the making. We first looked at a version of the 2020 master plan on December 11th, and it's been various iterations of it to the document that we received on April the 16th, which I believe was on Tuesday or Wednesday. And we decided to, we really didn't have enough time to go through it thoroughly at the committee. So at my recommendation and agreement by my board colleagues, we moved it to the board as a whole for the presentation, which would also give us more time to review it. The idea is that after our discussion today, the presentation and the discussion today, we intend to have a special meeting of the Facilities Committee this Friday from 8 to 10 to have a further discussion on the content of it. The documents that you have before you are 3. The first item is the board resolution, which is being considered for adoption at the next board meeting. The second item is the presentation that I will be shortly turning over to Mr. Nakatagawa, who will refer, I believe, to MK Think. And the third item, which I know you're all delighted on to see, is about 400-page compendium, which is the encyclopedia of the Facilities Master Plan. I have to say, this plan is a formidable project, and I hope that we can see it as virtually an encyclopedia for at least the next few years, which is an analysis of all of our facilities in some quite detail, as well as some ways of using analytics to make the decisions in the future around different ways of formulating some possible bond initiatives or sale of property or reuse of property or closing of properties in the future. So all the information, or much of the information is there in that third document. And if this is the first time you've seen it and you want to comment on it, you'll have plenty of opportunity to do that by Friday. The two items that I would actually like to draw your attention to that I thought were especially interesting in addition to the analytics. The first was the inclusion of our administrative sites, such as 900 High Street, 1025 Seconds Avenue, and so forth. And the second is the inclusion of all of our district charter sites. So the information around that is also all included in this particular document. And so that's my kind of a lead up to this. In one of the presentations we had in the past, there were some potential scenarios of how to how to approach the prioritization of some of the projects with an idea of the bond initiative. And this facilities master plan doesn't make those kinds of recommendations, but it could be the kind of encyclopedia that we could use to help formulate those priorities or those work lists in the future. So it doesn't preclude that, but it provides us all with an objective or an analytical way of translating the information around each individual site to the matrix that they have provided for us. So that's my initial comments about this. I'd like to really thank three people in particular. One who is in the frontispiece of the 400-page document, and others, and that's our own beloved Tim White, who many of us know led this project, part of the project in the beginning. The second, of course, is Mr. Nakatagawa, who took it over and saw it to the place that it is now. And of course, the consultants that provided invaluable technical assistance as well as facilitation, MK Think. So with that, I'd like to be able to turn this over to Mr. Nakatagawa, President London.
Thank you, Chairperson Yee. Thank you, Board President London and Vice President Gonzalez and the Superintendent. I am pleased to present what we had originally thought was going to be our presentation for approval, but we are now preparing to engage in the deep dive on Friday morning. But I just wanted to emphasize what Chairperson Yee was saying, is that what a facilities master plan is. It is a statement of our overall need for repair, renovation, and improvement in the Oakland Unified School District. The purpose of the facilities master plan is to memorialize the total cost of work needed to fully implement our aspirations spelled out in the strategic citywide plan to provide high quality facilities to support the best schools in every neighborhood of our city. It is not a statement of listing of the projects that we will be completing. That's going to be the next step after we pass the master plan. And we'll talk about that process a little bit at the end. I just want to point out that this is the first time that we have included all district-owned facilities in a master plan, not just K-12 facilities. It is also the first time that we've included a comprehensive assessment of the total cost to bring every district facility into full compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We have responded to recent input so far by adding a complete keynote section to explain where the costs and scoring comes from. Josh from MK Think will be going into detail on that. We have also clarified where we have included the cost to implement facilities work to fully support the blueprint cohort work coming out of the citywide plan process. And we have also added language to support a future planning effort for the 1025 site to consider developing an education-focused project at that site. That's not anticipated to be something that we can take on in the current round of funding that we would be going for, but something that we would be able to plan for in the future. In subsequent weeks after the passage of the master plan, we will help to facilitate the conversations with district staff, community organizations, and individuals and board members to develop a project list for board review and approval. And that would then be the list that we would consider going forward for a bond election. With community support, we will be able to continue delivering new, renovated, and modernized schools and classrooms. With this support, we will continue to make improvements in our facilities to honor our students and staff. The facilities department is passionate about making these improvements, and we are proud to dedicate the 2020 Facilities Master Plan in memory of Tim White, our leader in the facilities planning and management, and from whom we take our dedication for this work. So with that, I would like to introduce Josh Jackson and Marika Smith with MK Think, who will present the PowerPoint for tonight's presentation.
Thank you so much, Director Nakatagawa and the OUSD Board of Education. We are very pleased to be here virtually to present the master plan. I do want to say my colleague Marika Smith is the principal in charge of this work, and if we were there in person, we'd be presenting together, but for simplicity's sake in the online interface, I'll be doing the presentation myself. So today, we're just going to briefly do a review of the process that has brought us to this point in the master plan. We're going to review some of the feedback that we heard from the Board of Education the previous time we spoke in front of you last month. We're going to talk about some of the updates and revisions that we made in response to that feedback and other feedback that we heard. Talk a little bit about some of the data transfer that we're doing with the district to ensure that all of this information, the encyclopedia, if you will, that Director Yee spoke about, is being transmitted in digital form to the district for use in the future. And then we'll hand it back to Director Nakatagawa to cover some next steps. So as a brief review, the master planning process began fundamentally with the guiding principles that are driving the work in support of OUSD's students, teachers, and staff. This involves engaging the OUSD community, pursuing a system-wide approach, supporting the citywide plan, cultivating data-driven decision-making, and pursuing financially sustainable facilities as well as environmental sustainability. We worked with data from a variety of sources, filtering, assessing, and validating it before incorporating into the facilities master plan, which, as Director Nakatagawa said, is a compendium of the needs that the district has in terms of its facilities. The master plan itself will then lead to a range of other outputs, from tactical implementation plans to different avenues for funding the projects as described. Excuse me. Touching back on the feedback that we heard from the board last week, we got really good feedback. Some of those key points were the board sought more clarity and detail on the process and the numbers that were involved in estimating needs for sites. We heard that there needed to be more clear support for the initiatives associated with the blueprint for community schools. We heard from a number of folks that we needed to articulate clearer support for alternative education programs in the district, the facilities for those. We also heard a need for a summary of the strategies and opportunities that the district can consider moving forward, some of which are already adopted and part of board policies, and also call out some of the energy storage and climate resiliency components of the plan, and as Director London said, very appropriate for this Earth Day to discuss some of those key priorities. So rather than go through the whole document, we're just going to go through the updates from the last presentation that address these issues. So with regards to improving the clarity and detail on site needs, we've added some additional language that articulates the process and the data sources that were used to estimate the needs for each site. It's a bit complex, but we believe that the explanation in the full PDF, which is the long document, which is attached to the agenda, that in that document, we've tried to explain with more clarity and transparency so that folks can really understand where those numbers are coming from. As part of that explanation, we've also included some additional explanations for some of the very data-heavy pages that are in the document in the hopes of making sure that everybody can understand and comprehend and understand the source of this data, which is being used to drive decisions in the future. There is also an indexed appendix that has site profile information for every single site. That includes the rooms. Again, this is one of the issues that was updated, the more details on the needs by category. And then in addition to being provided in the PDF, the master plan website, which is 2020OUSDmasterplan.org, all of the site profile information is also listed on that website. So in the hopes of making all of this information as clear as possible, it's within the PDF document and published to the master plan website. Another area that we heard input was calling out with more detail and explanation what funds were being allocated to support blueprint projects, as well as some other programs such as alternative education, adult ed, and early childhood education. They're in a section of the document which goes through these projects, and we've included a screen grab here just to show some of that information. In fact, based on feedback that our team heard on this draft, we just simply called out all of the blueprint projects by site. And so this page that is actually updated in the PDF that has been attached and has all the full details for the cohort support projects and the sites that are being affected by those. Finally, with regards to both some of the sustainability and resiliency efforts and the assembly of the strategies and opportunities to consider moving forward, we've added a strategies section to the projects chapter of the master plan. And what we've tried to do is ensure full alignment with existing board policies around things like the new central commissary, provide more details on energy projects, things like the California Solar Initiative, and some of the successful work that the district has done with regards to energy efficiency projects. And then again, another fitting one for Earth Day is we've aligned the document with the master plan document with the board policies supporting living schoolyards. And this is now been fully incorporated, and the previous work that the board has done in support of living schoolyards is now fully supported and in alignment with the facilities master plan. In the process of making some of these revisions and adjustments, the net need for the entire district went up a modest amount. I think some of you may remember that the number was $3.2 billion in total need previously. And based on the latest changes and revisions, just to get everything in sync, the total need has now gone up to $3.3 billion in this second read of the master plan. With regards to transferring this data, the plan involved a huge amount of data collection, filtering, scrubbing, and analysis. And what we've done is packaged all of those files, the original raw data source files from various sources, the synthesized analysis files, which is essentially what's being used to publish the data in the master plan, as well as a roadmap of the methodology and the data about the data that we've been collecting and tracking this whole time. MK Think has handed this over to both the research assessment data team and the facilities planning and management division, and helped coordinate that so that all the parties involved are aware of the information, understand where it came from, and are able to leverage it for successful future projects in the district. So that's really what we wanted to walk through today, the updates from last time. We really appreciate the care and attention which the board and public has paid to this document, and we've tried our best to incorporate the findings and the information that we heard. So to hand it back to Director Nakatagawa to go over some of the next steps.
All right, thank you, Josh. The next steps are the feedback that we're going to get on Friday's deep dive study session, and then hopefully we'll be able to agendize this for the first board meeting in May for approval. The next step after that is going to be the step which I talked about earlier, where we are helping to facilitate the input needed to move from the facilities master plan to a potential project list. As we've showed in previous iterations, since we have the overall need of $3.3 billion, depending on the maximum feasible bond amount that we could go after, we're looking at basically getting 1/5 to 1/6 of the funding needed for all the improvements that we would want to do. So there's going to have to be some consensus building around that list that we put forward. But I do want to stress that the ongoing parts of the facilities master plan, we have begun the data transfer to our own research and assessment division. We have set forth and are working on implementing a smart asset management process that incorporates various leadership teams in the district to make sure that we are all on the same page, and that we are focused on implementing the strategic plan. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we look forward to your questions and input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, would you like to take public comment first, or Director, let's go to board member comment, and because there's a lot in here, well, let's go ahead, and we'll start with 3 minutes, and we can come back again if we need to. Go ahead, Director Yee.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. Nakatagawa for the presentation, and I appreciate you starting us off with questions or comments from board members, maybe from the facilities committee first. But I just wondered if the superintendent had any comment about the facilities master plan and it's connected to the strategic plan, the citywide plan. But maybe she wants to answer afterwards.
Oh, I'm fine, Director Yee, answering now. I mean, as we know, the facilities master plan is critical to our strategic plan. Just even going back to our conversation from before, our ultimate goal, even during lean financial times, is we want to invest in community schools, and we want our students to thrive. And we want to have quality schools in every part of our city, in every neighborhood. And we know the facility in and of itself is a huge part of having a thriving school. And so before we actually get to the the bond project list, we want to really have a sense of, what is the state of our facilities where our students are going to school. And I think part of the feedback from the board is if we're making changes in terms of where we're having schools, obviously where we're expanding schools and where we are going to be investing deeply in some of our schools, to the extent possible, we want to ensure that those particular facilities are a part of this plan. We know we have other facilities from projects that we may need to finish, essentially, that also are part of having beautified facilities across our city. And then when we get to projects, whether we're talking about the central kitchen, whether we're talking about the admin building, whether we're talking about a place for alternative education students, that really gets into our full service community mission, which is being able to have facilities that's beyond just the schoolhouse building. And so the purpose of the master plan is to really lay out what we want to do that's going to be above what we may do with this one bond initiative. It's really our vision around what we want to do with all of our facilities. The facilities we want to use for schools, and the fact that if we're serious about driving enrollment back to our schools, if we're serious about our facilities being welcoming places, we need to invest in those facilities. We want them to be forward thinking. That's where a lot of our sustainability and our environmental pieces come into play. We know we need to also think about where we need to house the folks who support schools. So we will need an admin building. Having a facilities master plan and not thinking about where we're housing the employees who work in service of schools and students and families would be an incomplete facilities master plan. And because we want our schools to be hubs of the community, and we want our kids to be ready for college and community, I mean, we want to have deep partnerships with the city. We know we have some facilities that we want to have focused on public good for the overall community. So that's kind of the separation from the facilities master plan. Isn't the same thing as the bond project list. We want to kind of take a step back and be clear about the why for all of our facilities, and then use that to then have criteria to figure out what are we going to tackle within this bond project. So I hope that helps, answers your question.
Thank you. Director Yi, did you want to offer comments in general? I think you suggested that we hear first from the members of the committee and then we'll go. I know Director
Right.
Ng wants to speak and others. So did you want to start?
No, I got a chance to preview my statements. I'd like to go right to
Okay.
Director
Let's go
Gonzalez.
to Vice President Gonzalez and then we'll go to Director Torres. Go ahead, Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. I mainly want to acknowledge that I gave a lot of feedback and I really see a lot of that feedback reflected. And so it is very long, but I felt like it was really important for people to be able to find everything in one place and not have to search around in multiple different places. So I love that I can flip to Greenleaf and see not just how many classrooms are at Greenleaf, but what is the overall need? What is it comprised of? What's the overall facilities condition index, educational adequacy? It's great. And so that's really great. I just really appreciate all the work that has gone into creating something really comprehensive that I think is a lot more user-friendly than what we've offered in the past. So it's great.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Director Torres.
I would just second that. I think that it's good to see progress being made on such an important item, but also more so with everything we're dealing with COVID. It's so staggering to know what the need is, and I don't know what's going to happen in November. I think this is a scary time. So as far as motivating people to support the work, the goals, if anything, the goals that we have, and respecting all of our students' needs, categorizing students as far as they all have needs, but some have bigger and deeper needs per se. And then COVID is just exacerbating that. So definitely appreciate the work. And I hope that people are interested in this conversation to join us on Friday. I think it's at 8 a.m. We're going to continue this at the Facilities Committee on this Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Yi, is that the shovel from one of our groundbreaking ceremonies? Is that what which one was that? Was that the kitchen, the central kitchen?
It's La Escolita.
La Escolita. Okay, that's great. Thank you. I have one of those somewhere also. Director Ng, I believe you wanted to speak next. Are you available? I know you are listening.
Hi, yes, thank you. I appreciate it. So thank you for all of the updates. I just also want to agree that it's super comprehensive. I really appreciate the inclusion of admin spaces and all of our facilities, including those that are currently occupied by charter schools, the blueprint, citywide plan reflected. Just a few comments, and then I wanted to offer some amended language to refer to the Facilities Committee. So first, I think in terms of the prioritization, it was just really stark and helpful for me to see just the needs lined up. And I appreciate the emphasis on separating out the facility master plan and the bond project list, but just as just in terms of the prioritization, it was really surprising to me to see Garfield Elementary so high up on the list, which is our second largest elementary school with 658 students. So just seeing that prioritization that way was helpful to just really see just the stark need, particularly given the size of some of our school sites. On the whole administration side, I know that it's in some of our strategies, I guess, while I understand that that it sounds like those are guiding lights, I'm not sure, to me, I believe we do have a conversation around, especially in this post-COVID era, around the centralized administration and whether or not, that makes sense as a high priority or not. It's currently included as a strategy. So I don't know if maybe the Facilities Committee can grapple with that or not, whether or not it makes sense to just include it with language as is, or provide some language that says otherwise. But I just wanted to just comment on that, because I thought we were I thought we might have a discussion on that prior to adopting the facility master plan. But I did want to talk about 1025. I'm glad that there was some language that was included there. I'm not sure that's the most updated language that's in there. It does reference the plan that was passed by the board in 2016 by the previous superintendent for the rehab, but it doesn't talk about the current the resolution from 2019 that directs staff to explore options around educational usage. And so I wanted to provide some language for the facilities committee and the board to consider that that includes some updates, and then also talks about so in the language it excludes the idea of even considering it as part of the bond, and I don't, you know, if we're separating it out, I don't see that necessary. I think that that we should at least allow the possibility of there being discussion around it. And, you know, for me personally, I know that we're, for me personally, I am compelled by the vision of centering our most vulnerable students in a 21st century learning building at 1025. I believe that it's been part of the conversation that we've been having. I think this is my 6th year having the conversation around 1025 and what does that mean for the Dewey community and other, the adjacent, the location being adjacent to Laney College and city and other support services. I am, you know, I know that there was some pushback in the last meeting around the timing of the conversation, but I guess my offer would be that we have been having this conversation for 6 years, and we have, you know, we have talked about, we have passed resolution language at least twice and engaged with the Dewey community and others, and so I don't see it as you know.
So Director Ng, we're at your time. So what specifically is your ask here? What are you wanting to ask? What do you want?
So I would like the language to be updated to offer, and I have redlined some offered language with edits. I can forward that to everybody. That
is this change to the resolution or to the facilities master plan itself? They're two different written documents that we're looking at.
Okay, it would be to the 1025 language that includes the June 2019 resolution.
So are you proposing? I'm trying to understand if you're proposing. Right now, there's a sheet in the actual appendix. It's on page 92 of the draft facilities master plan. There's a site inventory sheet that talks about 1025 2nd Avenue, and it has a description of it, of what has been determined and potential uses that have been explored there. Are you proposing changes to that language?
Yes.
Okay, so my suggestion then would be that you share that with the chair of the facilities committee and with Mr. Nakatagawa and he and Ms. Talkington, I would guess, and then they can figure out, they can discuss that on Friday when their committee meets.
Okay, I sent it to you and Edgar already prior to this meeting, so I will forward it to them in terms of considering it. And like I said, I believe it's modest updates around including additional language that makes it that includes the language from the resolution in June.
Okay, and Vice President Gonzalez, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do think that it's warranted that we have a conversation as a board about the admin building. Both in light of COVID-19 and how we're all going to be working differently going back. But I just think before we take on, and I don't think we have to hold up the master facilities plan, but I do think before we take up the project list, there's a need for the board to do a real in-depth discussion about, you know, is coal still the place, or are there other alternatives we want to explore?
Okay, thank you. Let's go on. Director Hinton Hodge or Director Harris, did you want to say anything right now? Director Hinton Hodge?
I mean, just like this last conversation, I'm annoyed with process. And so I just want to be really clear that whatever Director Ng is giving to you or giving to the chair of the facilities, that none of that is approved. No staff is directed around her language until it comes before a full board, or at least 4 board members that are moving forward with it. And I'm just the level of like recreation of history is just really hard for me. And I feel like, again, we got caught up in this is not that conversation in the facilities master planning conversation. It is not what the staff needs to be directed around doing. So once again, I don't know who's directing who or leading who, but it just feels uncomfortable. So anyway, I get thrown off now because I appreciate the work of the staff. I understand our master's facility piece is. I think it is important that, we're dividing out like project lists and things like that. So I want to appreciate the staff. And I know that in addition to MK Think and Director Tadashi, like there's also like David Colbert and some other staff members that are actually kind of like, and Linda, that kind of support this process, and especially when the staff kind of or board comes back with more and more things, that adds more to people's plates. And so I'm appreciating that. And then eventually, like I feel like I want to hear the facilities people talk about COVID a little bit and how they're thinking about buildings, what is happening, are there national conversations about facilities and things like that. But again, another agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. And I want to clarify procedurally, if we were voting tonight on this item, then I think we would have a full-blown conversation about the request from Director Ng. Because it's going back to the committee, I'm asking that the committee look at this. But were we not going back to the committee, then we would have, I think, a fuller conversation. And then I agree with you that a conversation around COVID and facilities and all that would probably be appropriate. I'm guessing that it's hard for the staff to know specifically because they're still waiting on guidance from the health officials on this, in terms of what physical distancing will look like.
Yeah,
but
I understand that. Again, I'm just
no, I agree also. But superintendent, but perhaps the superintendent can think about including that in an upcoming report. I have some observations of this document as well, if I may. First of all, I'm really, really impressed with the level of detail. And I want to thank everyone who worked on the document for incorporating quite a lot of information and providing a very comprehensive approach. And I'll be interested to hear more about what this is going to look like when it goes online. One of the things that really struck me when I started to look at, it's not the site by site, there's multiple appendices, but it strikes me in looking at this that we have some administrative buildings that have a very high cost to rehabilitate that we're not using completely right now. And I'm thinking in particular of 900 High Street, I believe it is, the warehouse facility. I think the cost to rehab that is something like $62 million. And my recommendation would be that we look at sites like that, we have a very high cost to rehab and that we're not using right now for educational purpose, that we might be able to somehow reuse. That might be a good candidate for a property swap, and maybe some developer wants to come in and put in live work workforce housing there, lofts or something like that. I also noticed that we have some school sites that are very small. The Toller Heights campus, where the Francophone Charter is located, has only 6 or 7 classrooms. The state of California doesn't fund schools of 6 or 7 classrooms anymore. I mean, and this is where the conversation about COVID-19 would be relevant. But to the extent, that we're holding on to properties that we really aren't going to be able to use for educational purpose, let's figure out what to do. And if they're not, and I'm really going back to that warehouse thing, let's ditch the warehouse facility. Let's just figure out something else to do with it and use it to generate revenue. The final thing I want to say is I know there's going to be a conversation coming. It's already coming about, this isn't the right time to go out and renew the bond. And I say to that, this is absolutely the right time to go out and renew the bond, because that bond, whatever size it is, 400 million, 600 million, that is a jobs program. With our local business utilization policy, with our partnerships with the building trades and the academy programs, that is absolutely a way to put Oaklanders back to work. And that is how this should be packaged. This is a way to address our resiliency issues. All of that, needs to go in there. And I know my time is up, but I also really want to thank you for recognizing the sustainability efforts, because I know that there is going to be money for that work. Even in the COVID world, the climate issue, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, is not going away. There's going to be funding for battery storage. There's going to be funding for living schoolyards. There's going to be funding for a lot of the priorities that we're naming in this plan. And those are also going to create jobs and training opportunities for our students and other residents of our city. And I think that needs to be how we lead with this document. So that will, we can come back for another round of board member comments, but at this point we should go to public comment. If you are listening, I see several hands are raised. Again, if you want to offer public comment, you can click the raise my hand button at the bottom of your screen, or you can hit *9 on your phone. I see several people lining up, so I think we'll go with, we'll go with 2 minutes each. And Mr. Seychow, if you could call the first speaker, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, Madam President, the first speaker is Eve D.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. Welcome, Ms. D.
Hi, my name is Eve Delphine. I thank you very much for taking my comments. I'm actually here to give some historical context to behind the 1025 building and also of Dewey. I have been working at Dewey previous to this for the last 10 years. And before that, I was a case manager for a nonprofit in Oakland, and have been working with our most vulnerable students, justice involved, homeless, and foster for that 15 years amount of time and beyond. And I happened to be working at Dewey when we were informed that we would be moving to a new location and that the Dewey land would be repurposed. I was part of the committee, the 1025 committee that was formed at that time to get community input, and I actually was part of every single community meeting for, I guess, about a year and a half as part of that committee that was conducted throughout the district, and which was community driven during that time. And we had many community students and alumni involved in that committee and in that process. And as part of that, I was also working directly with Dewey students, as I said before. And so we, at that committee, we did an exploration and had many ideas about what should happen with Dewey and the 1025 property next door. And we were informed, and as I'm giving the historical context, the board voted at that time to leave Dewey where it is at this time and where it remains at this time, and was able to give some input about what we thought should happen with that, with Dewey in general and the property next door. So I just wanted to, thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you. We appreciate the work that you have done with us over the years in that walk down memory lane and the historical context. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Andrew Spearman.
Thank you so much. To the board of directors, superintendent, my name is Andre Spearman, and I live in Oakland, California, and moved here in '83 or so, African-American from the Deep South, experiencing racism, know what it's like to feel undervalued, underappreciated. And so my question is, at 1025 Second Avenue, is this property going to be sold? I'm wondering, what is the intention of the district of this building? Is it in hopes of selling and reaping a potential unrealistic profit? Right now, we're facing a downturn in the market, and it seems as some folks think that this is the golden egg that's going to solve all the district's debt problems. And I think that's a false belief. And by the time the deal is approved, you would have probably paid off the debt that we've owed to the state. And so the question is, should the students and community and allies wait another 20 years for the district to decide what to do with this project? We're hoping that is not the case. We believe this location is strategically located in the center of Oakland, and we should reimagine the best use for the most underserved and under-resourced population in Oakland. Will they be thrown at the altar of big development, or will they have a future in Oakland where it's dedicated to their success? That's the question for 1025 Second Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Just want to remind the community and everyone else that this facilities master plan identifies $3.3 billion of need. And the maximum amount that we believe we can go out for a bond with is about $600 million. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, excuse me. Yes, the next speaker is Andy Nelson.
Good evening. Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. Thank you, staff. Thank you, superintendent. Mr. Nakatagawa in the from facilities master plan presentation, and then the facilities master plan itself is a statement that 1025 cannot be included in the facilities master plan. That's absolutely not the case, should not be the case, because we've been trying to get it in the facilities master plan since last June. We were promised well, we weren't promised. There was a robust community engagement process that was on the table for this facilities master plan for a host of reasons. You know, one, of course, is which, God rest his soul, Brother Tim passed away, but also we decided not to fund it. So that process didn't happen. We had a community meeting in January where this project was put out and was clearly strong community support behind this. When you approved Cole last June, you said this was going to be an educational use at 1025, and this is that use. This alternative ed hub programming is that use. You know, so we're trying to figure out, okay, if we didn't go through process, then what is the process? Because you know, the alternative ed discussion isn't in the citywide plan, what, until cohort 5. So our most vulnerable students, our students who we fail the most, our structural defects fail the most, have to wait to cohort 5. Are we once again going to put this off until 6 to 8 years and pass up the opportunity on this bond? You know, this is just business as usual, which we really need to take a look at. I think let's take a step back. Let's take a look at this proposal from the community. Let's take board action on it and give direction to staff on it, and we still have time to get bond language together by the end of June. It's not an onerous process. We can do this, and so I really would encourage us to step back, get whatever questions we need to get answered to get this in the facilities master plan, or at least bring it up and bring it to light and have a full-throated discussion about it at the board and at the facilities committee. So that's all I got to say tonight. I thank you very much for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Can we call the next speaker, please, Mr. Seychow?
Next speaker is Control Killens.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Good evening to the board and to superintendent. I'm a parent, long-time community worker, in support of the idea or the proposal for the hub at 1025 location. As one who supports a lot of young men who transition from juvenile justice and who have been out of school for a long time, I think it's important to have centrally located schools that support the expansion of not only education, but opportunities for employment and opportunities for families to get supported through other services that can be offered in this particular location. I also want to deal with something that's different than when I was a student in OUSD. I could catch the bus and go to school wherever I wanted to. Nowadays, there's a lot of restrictions in terms of who can go to school where. The 1025 location is an essential place because it is about safety. That's one of the general locations that is not restricted to any turf, to any particular games. It is a place that a lot of young people can feel safe. I've had a lot of young people come from deep East Oakland and go to Dewey, as well as West Oakland. And so it's important to have this available for families and for the transition of young people into not only a new education path. One of the success stories that I have is a young lady, actually is my own cousin, who didn't even want to take on the idea of thinking about secondary education and became a student at Laney because of how close it is to Dewey. She went through the cosmetology program there. So it's essential to make sure that we keep a pathway for young people who are struggling to find a way into life. And there's so many systems in place that do not support them. And so we have to make sure we think about this population of people moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please, Mr. Seychow?
Yes, Madam President, the next speaker is Angie Knoll.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here, board members, superintendent. I'm part of this broad coalition of community groups and leaders who are supporting the Alternative Education Hub. And we've been active over many years, all of us, enthusiastically supporting with our boots on the ground various OUSD tax measures. I'm a leader in Faith in Action, which was formerly called Oakland Community Organizations, which serves many congregations and schools in the city. And I joined others in our organization in helping pass Prop 30, Measures J, N, and G, for example. We know how to get the community to the polls. And for the coming election in November, we're like yourselves, I'm sure, we're already looking forward to having schools and communities first on the ballot and working hard to help OUSD and other districts in the state. That's November. And right now, our coalition is excited about the hub. And we're certainly not alone. I'm sure our community and voters across the city are excited too. We want to finally serve students who have so long been ignored or underserved. And I'm sure you do too. Let's take the next steps to make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Brooklyn Williams.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, board, superintendent, staff, and community. I'm also here to talk about the Alt-Ed Hub at 1025. Your polling indicates that 80% of voters think that using this bond to upgrade career and technical facilities in order to prepare students for a 21st century economy is a convincing argument in favor of this bond. Another 76% of the voters polled believe that investing in CTE programs where students can acquire the real world skills they need to compete for good paying jobs when they graduate are also a convincing argument to pass this bond. The community obviously loves the focus of the idea of the Alt-Ed Hub project, and this project has a high potential to help the bond pass. In this dark era of closing schools and a global pandemic, the Alt-Ed Hub at 1025 2nd Avenue is a positive light the whole community can rally around and be for. We need to move into the opportunity of this bond to be forward thinking and innovate on behalf of students from all over our city that we have historically failed to serve. We hope you as leaders will not continue to push this underserved student population to the back. Instead of putting this off for another 5, 10, 6 years, seize the moment before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Thank you. I would hope that the prioritization process would put at the top of the list health and safety issues related to facilities. And specifically, I'm talking about making facilities seismically fit, eliminating lead in the water and within the building itself, any issues of asbestos or mold or any toxic hazard materials would be a high priority for removal from facilities. The second thing is, after participating with the 7-Eleven committee's review of surplus property, it was very appalling to see the property across from the Eastmont Mall deteriorated to the point that as a result of vandalism and theft, that there was nothing that could be done to save that building. So the facilities plan would call for, I hope, any surplus property to be maintained appropriately and not to allow what happened with that building to happen in any other buildings. The third thing is the prevention of any vandalism and theft. And you've done that by securing cameras and so forth, but to continue to maintain that is a higher priority for buildings and facilities. Lastly, I don't know if this is appropriate, but the parking at facilities. There are some teachers who have inability to park at facilities. They're parking on the street. And I remember there was a school where teachers had to come to City Hall because they were going out every 2 hours to remove their cars because of the neighborhood parking mandate. And I hope that could be dealt with as well. And lastly, I want to thank the superintendent for being very attentive to what the speakers are saying. It does mean a lot to know that people are listening to you. Thank you, Superintendent, for doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next, excuse me, the next speaker is Trudy Garber.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, my name is Trudy and I speak as a representative of the Trust for Public Land in support of the Facilities Master Plan. Thank you to the board, facilities staff, and the superintendent for the opportunity to speak. TPL is a national nonprofit that builds parks and conserves land, and since 2017, the Trust for Public Land has been collaborating with OUSD and other nonprofits to build living schoolyards in Oakland. We helped develop the board policy on living schoolyards and have raised over $3 million in funding for this initiative. We are really excited to see the inclusive, data-oriented, and thoughtful process that Facilities and MK Think led to get to this 2020 Facilities Master Plan. Especially, we commend OUSD for committing to developing child-friendly green infrastructure on school grounds to strengthen environmental resilience. These green infrastructure spaces, also known as living schoolyards, will provide unmatched learning opportunities for Oakland students in all areas of education: science, art, problem solving, dealing with peers. I applaud OUSD's commitment to inventory and evaluate school grounds based on these living schoolyard elements, looking at tree canopy, gardens, outdoor classrooms, nature play areas, and selecting living schoolyard priority projects based on how it is outlined in the master plan. We recommend that the board and OUSD leadership approve this facilities master plan and move forward, as you have discussed, with building an implementation plan and bond strategy. And we're eager, the Trust for Public Land is eager to continue supporting OUSD's vision around improving school grounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Sharon Danks.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sharon, you might want to turn up your volume a little bit.
Is that better?
That is. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Happy Earth Day. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm here to talk about living schoolyards. My name is Sharon Danks, and I'm the Executive Director of Green Schoolyards America, a national nonprofit that focuses on transforming asphalt schoolyards into park-like green spaces that improve children's well-being, learning, and play while building urban ecological resilience. Over the last 3 years, we've been collaborating with OUSD and the Trust for Public Land to help envision, grow, and support a district-wide living schoolyard initiative. We also helped develop the board policy on living schoolyards, and over the last year engaged a wonderful OUSD leadership team in our Green Schoolyard Principals Institute. We commend OUSD and MK Think for including living schoolyards as a key component of the facilities master plan and aligning it with the board policy for living schoolyards. As the land manager of 505 acres of school grounds in the heart of every neighborhood in Oakland, your investment in school grounds is vitally important to the well-being of children and adults who use those spaces every day, and to the ecological resilience and quality of life for local communities in Oakland. We're happy to see OUSD's commitment to inventory and evaluate the grounds district-wide and to develop child-friendly green infrastructure like trees, gardens, outdoor classrooms, and nature play to protect and nurture Oakland's kids. Green Schoolyards America recommends that OUSD's board and leadership approve this facilities master plan and move forward to create an implementation plan. We strongly support OUSD's living schoolyard vision and look forward to continuing our collaboration. And on the topic of COVID-19, we also recommend that you think about OUSD's outdoor facilities as part of your solution and how your outdoor classroom spaces can be an asset to social distancing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very good point at the end there in terms of physical distancing and outdoor classrooms. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. This is actually a huge mess. And when a lot of us talk about failure by design, this is kind of exactly what we mean. We need a master facilities list. We need an inventory of our sites across the district. We need it done in a non-political way. But when the same document or plan is used to inform policies and political decisions, you run into a problem real quickly. And let me just say, as somebody who's been involved with the 1025 mess since it was first intentionally flooded in January of 2013, you've made multiple promises to multiple groups and you haven't delivered on any of them. We have our serious doubts whether any bond is going to be passed in the fall. But right now, there's even a larger concern that it's impossible to do real engagement. And this plan has had no community or public engagement. Even this board a couple of weeks ago voted to suspend committees. And now all of a sudden we're hearing about decisions being made in committees. And the other thing is you can hear just from this phone call, there's some of us who have the privilege to be able to access these calls and advocate for our pet projects. But that opportunity is not being made available to the larger community. And that is a huge equity issue when we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Lastly, just last week, the governor hinted that we might have to go to social distancing in the fall in our schools. Right now, as we're having discussions for how to cope with this crisis, we should put a halt on talk about property swaps and selling properties and long-term leases until we realize and figure out what of our property we're going to need to use. Because as it stands now, the only way to socially distance in our public schools is to open up more classrooms, which requires more space and more staffing. And so we need to put a pause on this and allow the community to really be engaged with the future of our property.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Carol Dalton.
Good evening, Boarded Superintendent. I don't think it's the right time for a bond. It has nothing to do with COVID-19. It has to do with the decisions that the board has made over the last 2 years. I've really been looking for the board and district to recommend property decisions that are in the interest of the district, that help add to the bottom line and help mitigate financial crisis. And instead, what I found is 2 long-term leases below the Prop 39 rate. Closure of a school that was paying its own way and led to approval of contracts over $1.5 million because the school building you chose to move those children to is too small for it. So you have to add more portables and construct them. Rent-free arrangements with a community organization that can pay because it pays in other facilities. Another community organization having an area of a campus restored and adapted for them and given a lease that didn't even pay for it over 5 years. And finally, the central kitchen. So much of that publicity talked about how it was going to be paid for by grants and special funds, just like you're talking about living schoolyards tonight. And then it became a drain on the general fund as well. So the time to convince the community and the way to convince the community is to actually make good decisions that add to the bottom line and fiscal health of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Jabari Herbert.
Good evening, Director, Superintendent, and staff. I think, first of all, I want to commend staff on the report. I want to bring up missed opportunity, Prop 51 by staff, to look at 1025 2nd Avenue. I think, you know, I hear a lot of my comrades and cohorts speaking of their project, but I do want to point out that that was a legacy project named after Dr. Marcus Foster, who was assassinated, you know, on Oakland Unified School District facility. And I think whatever is developed needs to take homage and remember that legacy there. And I do support the board president's comments about how a bond will generate local hiring. And I think that COVID-19 does sort of creates a new unknown phenomenon as it relates to the facilities. So those are my comments. Good evening.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Madam President, that concludes public speaker for this item.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would like to have another round of comments because there's something I want to say. So I'm just going to start, if you don't mind. I believe that for any property that we decide we're not going to use for an educational purpose, we need to have an open process where we go out and we say, what are the uses we can have for this property, like we did for the 7-Eleven property. And we have had we had a process going on all winter around the facilities master plan. We had a survey up for about 6 weeks. We did a series of community meetings across the city. I hosted 2 community meetings in my district. Some of you did as well. And there was lots of opportunity for people to bring forward ideas. And I appreciate the passion that we're hearing around one specific site, but I believe that that site and any other site where we should decide that we're gonna not use it as a school site should be vetted in that way. Unless we need the space for our own administrative purposes and it can be easily rehabilitated for that, which as we've seen in the data that's been brought forward, there's quite a cost associated with retrofitting. So we just have to figure it out. And I feel like we made a decision with Cole. Maybe we want to scale that back, but we identified that as the site for central admin. And we should move forward on that decision like we do with other decisions that we made. And I hear the passion from the community around wanting a specific use at Dewey. And I think if we have a process similar to what we did with the 7-Eleven, but not necessarily 7-Eleven, because we don't know if it's a surplus yet or not, but we need to look at what are all the uses that we could have, because it may be that there are multiple things that we could incorporate at the Dewey site. So I just want to put it out there for the record, and I hope this is something the committee will consider on Friday, that I don't want to prejudge the use of any particular site until we go through a process that allows all of the community to participate in it specific to that site. So that's where I stand on that. Would anyone else like to offer comment? This is the time. Director Hinton Hodge and then Director Yee.
Yeah, thank you. And so once again, kind of getting pulled into this conversation about usage, and it's like, Dewey was never, it was 1025, an administrative building, and it was not flooded on purpose. And Dewey was next to it. And the conversation was about how do we support Dewey to be a much better, more vibrant school. And people went into spaces where they were like, no, don't do anything to our school. Don't touch our school. A staff member or two pissed people off in meetings, and that's still being held. So I don't want to ever be seen as someone who doesn't support Dewey. We said it all along. And I can support a hub, but I am not going to stand by and let people whitewash and forget the memory of a man that was assassinated on that land. And so every time you want to bring up that it's been so long and it was never a Dewey project. It was a 1025 project. That was the facility. That's the facility that will be termed surplus or not surplus, not Dewey. If you want Dewey to expand and be a part of a larger footprint, great. But there's also already a looked at use for that space. And I think we can do both things. But I just, the lack of like respect for history, or again, people's own harm that happened to them by other staff members and that type of thing, like, come on, like, can we now move together in some kind of real fashion or form? I think it's just even to the memory of Tim, like people will throw Tim up and I'm like, really? That's not, you know, that's not how he was trying to roll with this, and other people as well. So I feel like it's just, I can't do the alternative history pieces. And mind you, we all have our different lenses, but we're gonna have to figure out how to be on the same page around this. And if Black children and brown children really matter in this situation, then I don't understand how you can just kind of walk over the legacy of an educator that was dedicated to that and died in that space. So I just hope that there's some level of orientation of bringing that all together. And I'm with you, Director London, around like, the depth of possibility for spaces and how we can use them. Yes, COVID, et cetera. We've been here a long time thinking about how do we repurpose usage, housing, other things like that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Director Yee, and then whoever else wants to come after him.
Thank you. So I actually met with several of the members of who spoke from the public about the alt-ed vision. And I specifically said to them two things. The first was, I have yet to see a plan, an instructional and educational plan from the superintendent, which specifies the need for this alt-ed building. So until the superintendent says to me that this is the vision that we need to promote as part of the communities of schools and part of the citywide vision, I don't see how we can build a building without the plan. That's the first thing. The second thing, in consulting with the facilities people, even the reconversion of 1025 into another facility, education purpose or other, would require significant planning and significant demolition and significant building. So part of it, the comment that I saw in the facilities master plan was that there is not yet an instructional plan that's been created, nor is there an estimated time frame for it to happen within the context of this facilities master plan. What I did hear today, which I thought was important, was Director Ng mentioned the 2019 resolution. And it may be, in fact, that the resolution needs to be included as one of the documents under 1025. And I thought that that's what she said, and that's something that I think could be considered. But like Director Hinton Hodge and like Director London, I believe that the facilities master plan is a facilities master plan. And for us to ask that it be reshaped, maybe would lead to somebody objecting to the facilities master plan as a whole. I think that the facilities master plan should be seen as a product that was created by MK Think as the best thinkers in this, going through a process, and we leave it as it is, and we go forward with the prioritization process, which is apparently what is the advocacy by the public comment people. That's a second story. The story is, do we have a facilities master plan that describes the facilities that we have and talks about ways and analyze with analytics the respective value and the needs in each school and monetizes that. And I think that that's what they did. They did not say to us, prioritize an alt-ed program that has yet to be determined in a facility that has yet to be built. And so I think that for those reasons, I feel like the facilities master plan should not be changed based upon advocacy at this time for changes in the plan itself, unless there's a material omission. And that resolution that Director Ng says, maybe it is a material omission. And if it is, I think that that's something that we would raise on Friday, but not to prioritize the use of a building without an educational plan that has already been established by the superintendent. So if that's how I believe that the facilities committee should proceed in terms of the Friday meeting and this particular item.
Thank you, Director Yee. Is there any additional comment from board members? Okay, any final comments? Director Ng, and then I will ask staff if they have any final comments. Go ahead, Director Ng.
Thank you. To Director Yee's point, yes. So what I was referring to, and this is what I had brought up at the last meeting, was the language that we included about honoring the legacy of the late Dr. Marcus Foster. To Director Hinton-Hodges' point, wanting to continue to lift that up as you know, a sacred space and talking about the legacy and the history. But then it also talks about the further exploring the feasibility of the partnerships with Peralta Community College and or City of Oakland to fulfill a vision of leveraging 1025 2nd Avenue, surrounding areas, educational complex, citywide asset, serving continuum of students from preschool to college and beyond. And so I guess I have a pushback around the process, because I feel like, I mean, so point is that I agree. This is the language that I feel like we should reference, that language isn't referenced at all. And since we included this in the process, there has been an active group of folks that has, I have to say that they've continued to engage. This is the 6th year engaging on this process, that have been eager to be part of a process, but we as a board have not been clear around what that process was. At first it was, you know, let's wait for the facility master plan. Then that process kind of had fits and starts. And then I hosted a community engagement meeting in January. There was great attendance. I think there was almost 50 people there, including the president of Laney College, people wanting to engage in this conversation, let alone the processes that we already had back in 2015 and 2016, you know, under different facilities directors and so forth. And so I think that's why I was recommending that we bring back that resolution. I think that I don't want this to hold up this, the facility master plan, but what I'm saying is that we have not had a vehicle or avenue to be able to have this discussion. So I think to fault a group of you know, very committed and dedicated community folks who are eager to have this discussion where we haven't created those avenues is unfortunate, because there has been, you know, there was a site visit in the fall to look at other CTE centers. There's been folks that have been eager to engage. We have not had, you know, they're just, because of different leadership transitions, there just has not been opportunity to engage around the process. What I will say is, in my as director of District 2, I would like to continue the conversation and also have talked to Director Harris and the superintendent around to help to convene and continue the conversation with from January around the partnership piece, particularly because the president of Laney was very interested. So I would like to continue to engage stakeholders around the conversation. Of course, it is a longer term vision and conversation, but I am hoping to lean on also some of as Director Harris is the co-chair of the JPA, he has a lot of great relationships with some of our other public agencies. And so work with him to convene the right folks to be able to have dialogue. And I'm not sure if Director Harris wants to share. I know he hasn't had a chance to speak at all, but I personally am very compelled of this vision. I do feel like it is, a way of centering our most vulnerable students at the center of the city, and the adjacent property, next to Laney College, where our transition to post-secondary is not great, it is just a very valuable asset. I understand we need to have a board level conversation on that. I welcome that opportunity. I would like to see how we can continue to have that at the board level, because until now,
Director Ng, may I suggest then that you should recommend a legislative item where you get direction from the board to convene that conversation. I think that would be the appropriate step for you to take. But this board has not, this idea has been floating around for many years, and I think we've just never said this is something we want to prioritize. The superintendent has her work plan. We're going to go to Director Gonzalez and then Director Harris and then and I see you, Superintendent. I don't know if you want to go now or if you want to go at the end. Okay. Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, do you have a preference if you hear from the superintendent now? Or
I'll be real quick. I want to make sure that everybody is clear that there's two separate processes here. The process we're talking about right now is the facilities master plan. I don't see why we should explicitly exclude this project when we're not explicitly excluding any other project from being considered. We'll talk about it on Friday. I'll raise it at the facilities committee, and then if it fails, it fails. But we're not explicitly excluding any other project. I don't see why we'd explicitly exclude this project from at least being considered. And then the second process that we're going to take up is the bond project list. And that is the point at which we can raise this along with every other project identified in the 3.3 billion. And the board is going to have to decide what we see as the priorities for the coming bond measure. But I don't see why we would explicitly call that project out as being excluded from consideration when all the 3.3 other billion is potentially eligible for consideration by the board.
thank you, Director Gonzalez. Director Harris.
Yeah, not much more to add other than my agreement with basically the words Director Gonzalez, Vice President Gonzalez just shared. Yes, there's a process. Director Yee absolutely need the superintendent's guidance, particularly because it pertains to what we would do for all of our alternative education programs. And so there is a conversation to be had. I agree with what Director Gonzalez just offered and what President London offered. This is something we need to escalate up and make sure that the board is all on the same page. So I don't really think there's an area for disagreement. The one thing I do want to offer, you should look at where we are in terms of COVID-19. The idea of alternative education is perhaps the future, right? Perhaps the students that we've said they don't necessarily learn right in a proper set in a setting like Castlemont or Oakland Tech. Perhaps alternative education and alternative ways of obtaining knowledge is the way we're headed, right? So I think we also need to be ready to look at what we can do to prepare for that. But thank you for the conversation.
Thank you, Director Harris. Superintendent.
Director Gonzalez made some of the comments I was going to make. It just feels like we're conflating the facilities master plan and the project list. And again, the facilities master plan is supposed to be a strategic plan. And when we look at the level of need, there's no way we're going to be able to meet all the need with the bond investment. And so the idea is to have a vision so that we can think creatively around other ways in terms of fixing and renovating some of the properties that we know we're going to need both for our schools, other educational facilities, and then if there are other revenue generation purposes for some of our facilities. The only point that I want to make is I want community and I want everybody to really be clear about the level of need for our schools, right? The average age of our facility of our schools is about 1950. And when we talk about vulnerable students, 77% of our children that we serve in elementary, middle, and all of our variety of high schools are of need. So it's not as if we're a district where we're talking about 25%. The majority of our kids are in need. And so when we get to the project list, it is going to be challenging and difficult because we're going to have to say no to some projects that are going to be compelling. And that is our job as staff, is to provide the options. And ultimately, as a board, there's going to have to be decisions to decide what are we funding for this next bond. And then the other side of that is what are we not funding? So it's going to be a challenging conversation. At this point, there is no project that is, we are doing it, we are not. It's simply to make sure everybody is clear how much need it is and the type of need, right? The greening of schools versus fixing HVAC system, the need for science labs, right? The need for forward-thinking buildings. It's all important, but at the end of the day, right, we're going to need feedback and recommendations to decide with this particular bond at this particular time, what are we moving forward with and what are we not? So that was the only point, that we're not at the bond project list at this point. It's just being able to see all of the different pieces that we may want to fund. I think everybody who's been able to get on our calls to share their opinion. And we look forward to what will be a challenging process to really figure out where it is we're going to land. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. If there's nothing further, I'd like to move on. This item will come back to us hopefully at our first meeting in May. Okay, at this point, and thank you in advance to the Facilities Committee. We're going to move next to item S2 200753. This is the board policy on naming of facilities. Director Yee, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Okay, this was a cleanup of the board policy on naming facilities that I raised a couple of meetings ago, so that the process that we have used for the Sankofa United site is consistent with board policy. And so I worked with General Counsel Josh Daniels on this, and I think we have a very good cleanup that I think hopefully will meet your approval. The idea of it was, well, you'll see it in the language, Mr.
So Director Yee, can you make a motion, please?
Oh, yes, I'd like to make them, and this was favorably forwarded by the Facilities Committee. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the amendments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. Is there any discussion from board members? Okay, is there public comment, Mr. Seychow? If you'd like to make a public comment, you should click the raise my hands icon at the bottom of your screen or *9 on your phone. Do we have any
Yes,
public
we do.
comment?
Yes, we do. The first speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. This is exactly what I was referring to before about non-essential items. This is not the time to have a discussion about how we're going to rename our schools in the future, especially when the community can't even partake in this conversation right now. The school that this all arose from, there's no way to engage the community to blend those two schools together. The community hasn't learned what enrollment's going to be like next year. We don't even know what schools or if they'll be open. And this is how the school board is choosing to spend their time. What we are demanding is a plan for now to get us through this crisis. And how are we going to reopen our schools? And how is district leadership going to engage the community in this conversation? Because if these decisions are made unilaterally over a platform that most people don't even have access to, there's no way that these decisions will work moving forward. We are in a crisis and our schools have been closed for a month, and we're looking at them being closed for another month until the end of the school year. It should be all hands on deck around that issue. That's what we demand our leadership to be addressing right now. not a process for how we're going to rename our schools. Let's get to work to make sure we can serve our community, because right now schools are closed and education is not being delivered. So that is what we need to address. Can we please set up a process, because we can't do it in the community without leadership taking the role that they need to take. Can we please get to work on what we're going to do in this international crisis so we can save OUSD and open our schools in a better position than we were before?
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Mr. Hutchinson. This should not be a pressing issue. I never understood why it got so much attention, but since we are talking about it, the naming of schools says that we should have schools named after individuals or who have made major contributions. But we don't talk about the fact that we should not be naming schools after certain individuals. Like in September of 2016, San Francisco school board called for the renaming of schools tied to slavery. Do you want to put in your naming policy that no schools should be named after individuals who were slave owners? We did it in New Orleans in 1991. I know you want to bring up this subject, Mr. Yee. Are you willing to take a position that it's inappropriate to name schools after slave masters? I would appreciate if you would answer that, because it is a naming policy in a lot of school districts. I don't see it in the district of Oakland as being an important thing to consider in naming or renaming schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion by the board?
Madam President, before we move on, we do have another public speaker.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, please. Call the
Tracy Gordon.
And I'm a Kaiser parent, and I think it's actually much more important to reassure the parents at Kaiser and this upcoming merge school, like not to worry about the name of the school, but to worry about what kind of a school we're going to be met with in the fall in light of COVID. I think that needs to be at the forefront of your discussions, COVID, not about naming a school. You need to reassure parents come September, when we need to be worried about social distancing, that this merged school, that nobody can participate in this discussion aside from you guys here on Zoom. No one else can participate in this discussion about what's going to happen to our children in the fall. Stop worrying about a name. Nobody cares about the name. We want to know if our kids are going to be okay in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments, Mr. Seychow?
No, Madam President, that concludes public speaker.
Thank you. Is there any further conversation by the board? All right, Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please?
On the adoption of S2, amending the facilities, naming of facilities in the district. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. The next item is item S3, 200550. This is the name designation for Sankofa United Elementary School. We had a presentation about this item at our last meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Director Lee, seconded by Director Gonzalez. Colleagues, I don't think we need another presentation on this. I'd like to go to public comment. If you wish to comment, push the raise your hand icon at the bottom of your screen or *9 on your phone. Board members, if you do want to talk about this, we can do that after public comment. Mr. Seychow, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes, the first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes. I find it interesting nobody had anything to say about renaming schools after slave masters. Thank you, Black people, for being so brave for standing up for that. Just want to let you know I said this at the facility committee meeting that the name Sankofa has another capacity for uplifting itself. Sankofa is seen as a bird with its head turned backwards to mean looking at our history in order to move forward. But in the Dinka symbols of Sankofa, it is in the form of a heart. And I have an African mask that has two Sankofa birds that bring their heads together and forms a heart. And Dinka symbol for Sankofa with that heart symbol, it means wisdom, heritage, community. It would have been so beautiful for Kaiser and Sankofa to embrace that understanding as a new growth for themselves as a community. But I don't think anybody understood the two ways that Sankofa could be seen. Anyway, thank you very much.
The next speaker is Tracy.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I didn't realize that. Go ahead, please.
The next speaker is Tracy Gordon.
Hi, Tracy Gordon, Kaiser parent. In the light of COVID-19, you should not be closing any schools. You shouldn't be closing Kaiser. You shouldn't be closing Seoul. You shouldn't be merging schools. You're contributing to the public health crisis right now. As a public health worker, this is wrong. You should not be closing schools and contributing to this. Our children need to be safe. Our children's well-being in the city of Oakland is more important than your rush to close schools in your blueprint for quality schools. Keep our schools open. You're making the situation in California worse by closing down our public schools when we can't participate in this process.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. I think it's really telling that there's nobody here to comment on this. And it really shows not only the lack of access to these meetings, but the real lack of authentic community buy-in to any of these plans. And especially in these times this way, and especially by a lame duck school board where a majority of you have said you're not running for re-election. So we're looking at 6 months. In the best light, this does not set up this new school for success because you haven't allowed the community an opportunity to buy into any of these decisions, let alone be included in them. And lastly, there's not a rush right now. This isn't an essential decision, what the name on the top of the building is going to be. So instead of focusing on doing the real work to engage the community, to make sure there's even people here in the fall to attend these schools and work on what they're going to look like, you're spending time to vote on what letters are going to be above the door. And again, we're looking for much more leadership than this. We have to be able to do better.
Thank you. Are there any additional public speakers?
Yes, we have Sam Davis.
Thank you.
Well, hi, this is Sam Davis. I just wanted to say I am texting back and forth with a mom from Sankofa. She was trying to get on the call, but she couldn't. But she's supportive of the new name. So just in speaking to Mike's point about people not being engaged, but she is. I was texting about her, and she is in support of the new name. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there any additional speakers?
No, Madam President, that concludes public speak for this item.
Great. Colleagues, is there any further discussion about this item? As you recall, we had a presentation at our last meeting at which staff described a process that was engaged in to arrive at this name.
I'd never really aligned with Asada, but I do find it like interesting that like the name really didn't change, and the like kind of spirit of if you know the Sankofa energy and the and just like what that is. And so I'm excited that people agreed to it, and that's what they want. But Sankofa is also, it is about transformation in a lot of ways. So I do pray that they actually understand what the power of the name and what it is and how it can, I think do healing and, again, transform a community and the children. So, and I will be voting yes on it.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Anything further? Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt S.-3, designating the name of the new merged school of Kaiser and Sankofa United Elementary School effective July 1. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
President London.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is S4 200754. This is amendment to Board Bylaw 9131 over advisory and oversight committees and commissions. Director Yee, this is your night. Please.
I know I've got 3 computers going, so I don't lose any of the documents.
I know that feeling.
The genesis of this board bylaw revision was some recommendations by the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, who believed that their functioning could be significantly improved, and we could get better coordination and alignment with several changes to the bylaws related to their committee. That's ABJ. And at that time, we met on several of occasions with the facilities committee, Mr. Nakagawa, Kenya, whose last name escapes me, Chapman, and Mr. Colbert and others to come to some consensus about some proposed changes in that particular oversight committee function. And at the same time, General Counsel Daniels reviewed some of the other language and did some cleanup on the board bylaw 9131. So that's what you have before you now. The Facilities Committee reviewed it and recommended favorable passage of the bylaw on behalf of the entire bylaw, but particularly on behalf of the Bond Oversight Committee.
Can you make a
Mr.
motion?
Daniels, do you want to give any more?
Are you making a motion, Director?
I'd like to make a motion that the board approve it.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is a voting item. I'm sorry.
It is a voting item, the revision to the board bylaw.
But moved by Director Yee. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Harris. Are there questions or discussion? Director Gonzalez?
Thank you. I just want to share, colleagues, I think this is a really important first step. I want to thank our CBOC. They work really hard, and there's been conversations for months and months now to work in collaboration with staff to find something that everybody could agree with and live with. For me, this is a first step. I think there's another piece that CBOC is interested in exploring around having more oversight before projects are launched and when there are significant changes to projects. And there's an understandable concern, Director Yee, about making sure that the board is playing its proper role and the CBOC is playing its proper role. I think there's room for a middle ground, a happy middle ground. And I do think that would be of benefit to us, because right now we're paying a lot of attention to this issue, but we want to make sure we build structures so that there's always, there's always people who are prepared and trained and skilled in making sure that there is a system in place for keeping our bond program on track. So I think there's a happy middle, and I don't think we found it yet, but I think this is an important first step.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Is there Director Hinton Hodge? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I have a lot of discussion. So maybe this is to this. Can you hear me? Yeah. this is to the general counsel, because procedurally, I don't, the director just said, we've been having conversations. I haven't been in any of those conversations. I got an email from someone and kind of had a conversation in front of 1000 Broadway. I'm assuming you might have had debate in the facilities meeting, but I've never seen this before. So I don't understand how we're voting. So to general counsel, bylaw change just comes before us and we got to read it over the last 10 days. Because I thought that I would get to come here and like be more in a conversation and a debate. And again, I don't understand the process here. So that's my first part.
I would defer to Mr. Rickstraw in terms of the procedure, but my understanding is that because it's coming from a committee, it's different than a straight change to a board policy in terms of the proper process and review by the board.
So, but technically, I mean, a committee brings forward recommendations for the body then to respond to, not necessarily a vote, but to hear.
But this is a recommendation for the board to take action. The board has a choice. It can vote yay or nay on the item, or it can postpone it, or it can take other action of disposition. This is a recommended voting item from the facilities committee, which is 3 of your colleagues, and it was unanimous recommendation.
And so the unanimous recommendations we have given them authority to bring forward an item that doesn't necessarily require discussion. So we've given them that authority.
You are having a discussion at this moment on a motion and a second that's before the board. So it's procedurally properly before the board for the board to take and make a disposition of the pending matter.
Right. Yeah, it's been my experience. I mean, even when we did that thing around during the strike, we kind of brought something forward that was supposed to be on it, but we didn't have discussion and we just voted. So again, I guess I'm having like, there's really cognitive dissonance for me around like how something as important as this is not really being discussed and only got discussed by 3 people on the board. Now there's a motion, and I can imagine that you guys have been discussing with one another and you'll probably, whoever's moved it, that it's going to pass. So I'll just, again, I object tremendously to this.
Would you like to raise would you like to have a substantive discussion? Do you have a question about this? Can you please frame it? So I'm gonna reset your clock so you can now have a second opportunity to ask the questions you want to ask.
Okay. So okay, and to be really clear procedurally, a committee can bring forward something, put a motion on the floor and drive it from there without having a full discussion. I mean, we're having a full discussion, but at this point it's probably mute. So I've kind of pulled it up. So I think that there is probably 1 or 2 good things that I find in this, and that's in terms of the accountability of going from a monthly report and really making sure that there's an accountable quarterly report that's happening. So that feels like absolutely is important and something we should track. I think my overall concerns is just in the incredible like history and behavior of this particular committee in terms of their desire to want to have much more authority than they actually have been given, even in the legislation. There are just examples of where they've just overstepped. In the language of this, it speaks to them having the ability to interview the auditor. That I feel like that's directly related to an argument and a pushback that they did with Tim White a year ago when he let go of an auditor, and because the oversight committee members have been a part of selecting the auditor, then all of a sudden it became an issue. So I feel like, there's something in here that's a direct response to someone on the committee not getting what they needed and what they wanted. And then it's also put in here that they would actually be a part of the hiring process of our chief, a deputy chief of facilities. And so just to underscore, oversight committee is not management. That is a role and responsibility of our superintendent, is a role and responsibility of the managers inside of a facilities department to manage those things. So like getting an auditor, et cetera. And so much so to continue to make this point about the auditor, right? Tim White makes a decision about the auditor because he doesn't feel like there's been efficient work that's happened. And then the new auditor that has come in and given a report publicly has said, had you continued to go down that road, it would have been a problem. So for me, there is my trust in not an oversight committee member who doesn't work for me and who's not accountable to me, but a staff member that's accountable. In this document, you say that you don't even need to have a person's resume. I'm giving them authority and power, but you've etched out the part where they even need to show us a resume. So they go through the application process, but then after that, there's no, I don't know who I'm giving authority to drive millions and billions of dollars worth of our assets. Like, why am I don't understand that. There's something in here that I'm concerned about, and Director Gonzalez spoke to it, which is the next level of people wanting to add another layer of authority on whether or not they can stop a project or not, or whether or not they're going to be the ones that are going to be reviewing orders and of such. I think that we're going to end up making a process almost too lengthy. It's already a pretty long shot to get people paid on time and do other things. This has not been a group that has been supportive of local hire or minority hires in any kind of way. And so I would have a lot of distrust around who this group is, the potential bias, and the opportunity that they are not accountable necessarily. They were not voted in. It is our responsibility as a board. We were voted in to do this particular work. They are part of legislation that says you will help us do oversight and you will do recommendations. I'm about to finish. So this piece around power and authority is really important, and that this has become a politicized thing. I mean, I get emails from people, that kind of thing, but yet I haven't had a full conversation with any of my board colleagues. Is it because you figured out that you can get 4 votes without being in a full conversation with me? And also knowing that this is not a project, this is not something that facility staff is very excited about doing. I mean, there is some caution on their part around this. So again, we've allowed a volunteer group of people with privilege and opportunity and entitlement to be able to begin to change and drive a process. And if the Director Gonzalez or other people want to have a stronger system of accountability around facilities, we do that through our superintendent and through our chief of facilities. So that's what I have to say.
Are there other questions or comments from other board members? I do have a question about, and Director, I don't know if this should go to you or to the General Counsel, about the modification in paragraph 1.3.1, where the sentence has been deleted. It says individuals interested in serving on an advisory commission shall submit an application and any supporting documents such as a resume. I actually am troubled by the fact that we would take away the requirement for people to show their qualifications and interest for serving. I'd like to understand that better.
This is Josh, General Counsel. If you scroll up to page 1, you'll see the same sentence there in the first paragraph, appointment, term of membership and attendance. Okay. So that second resume line was deleted simply for duplicative reasons, not for substantive reasons. The only substantive change is the change as relates to the CBOC, or the only intended substantive change, I should be clear, was the change to the CBOC ABJ purpose. The other changes are because whenever we go through an updated board policy, we make sure that we make other typo corrections, et cetera, given the opportunity.
Great. Okay. I do see that we have some public comment on this. So let's go to public comment, please.
Yes, we'll have first speaker is Kim Davis.
Good evening. Thank you. I kind of agree with what Director Hinton Hodge was saying. Is this seems to be more something we should expect of staff, and that the board should be providing the oversight of the staff. The problem is that hasn't happened, and the level of trust that the members of the public and families have of the board as a result, and their ability to adequately manage and monitor the projects is just not there. So I think that that's the reasoning for it. I also agree with Director Gonzalez that this does not go nearly far enough, in my opinion, to help restore some of the confidence that has been lost as a result of the overspending, the grand jury report, and all of the serious failures of this board. So I would, I think it needs to go further, and I hope that you actually do address some of those things so that members of the public and taxpayers can have confidence and can actually get that money that our kids so desperately need for their schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more speakers?
Yes, the next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. I also agree with Director Hinton Hodge, both on the process and on the actual changes in this language. I would say to Director Hinton Hodge, think how the community feels about our access to this information and consultation. The job of this oversight committee is to oversee the facilities bond and to help manage it. What we need is them to manage the Measure J projects and help oversee that and the mismanagement of those projects, not to oversee staff. And this is tied directly to the conversation before about going out for a bond in November. The community really only knows partial stories of what's really happened with the mismanagement of Measure J. From the amount spent on Jacobs, to the amount spent on Foster Kitchen, to the amount spent on Glenview, to not spending anything on McClymonds High. It's really been a failure when you look at the original plan and the original list of projects. We need real oversight of our projects and of our money. And the real sad truth is neither the school board nor the Measure J Oversight Committee has provided adequate oversight. That's what we need somebody to do. That's what we need to restore confidence. We don't need a community oversight committee weighing in on hirings. But the other thing, it's really a false argument because the school board appoints the members to the Measure J committee anyway. So you're arguing with yourselves. And while all that is happening, we as a community have not gotten any sort of bang for our $465 million of Measure J. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public speakers?
Yes, we have another speaker, Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I just want to speak to the process of how the facility committee works. I'm not uncomfortable about the way that the facility committee can review items and then refer those items to the full board for consideration of a vote, because that's how City Hall is run. They have committees for agenda items for which 3 to 4 council members take up those items and then make a recommendation to the full board at the full council meeting to take under consideration. Their recommendation can be voted up or down. And procedurally, this looks like the same process. Of course, I could be wrong, but the process of having a committee of board members that makes recommendations to the full board, I don't see anything wrong with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion, or is that it for public comment, Mr. Sejo?
No, there's one more, Carol Dalton.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I want to agree with the speakers who have talked about the lack of public trust and the need for the Bond Oversight Committee in particular to have more power, if you will, to get the documents that they need. I've attended many of those meetings. They had a great deal of difficulty actually doing their job because of not getting the information that they needed. I remember Mr. White working with those members in a very collegial way. I think they were very happy when he returned to the district. And what they need to do their job is to be able to get documents, make actual reviews, ask questions of people, and not to have a barrier put in their way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment?
That concluded public speaker with this comment.
All right, let's call the roll, please.
The motion to adopt S.4, amending the board bylaws on advisory oversight committees and commissions. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. Whew. Take a deep breath. We're done with unfinished business. We're now headed into new business. And the first item of new business is one that I'm very excited about, item T1 200703. This is an employment agreement between Dr. Kyla Johnson Trammell to continue as the superintendent of schools and the Board of Education. And I am going to move this. And as I move this, I want to just say that when you all elected me as president in January, I said at that time that in my opinion, the #1 action we can take to ensure the long-term success of this school district is continuity and leadership, starting with the superintendent. And I will tell you that now that I'm in my 12th year on the school board, I cannot tell you enough how important it is to have continuity. There's all sorts of research that shows if you want to improve student performance, you need to have stable leadership. And that is very, very important. So I'm excited that Superintendent Johnson Trammell is willing to stick with us. Her contract is scheduled to expire in 2021 under this agreement. It will go until 2023. Superintendent Johnson Trammell has held nearly every role one can hold in Oakland. She has been a student, a teacher, a principal, a district leader, the superintendent, and a parent. Dr. Johnson Trammell, you're going to have to run for school board if you want to equal Director Yee in his record of service here. She is smart, compassionate, and committed to improving educational opportunities and outcomes for all students in our city. And I am delighted that she will continue as our superintendent. As I said, I am moving this. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Director Harris. Colleagues, do any of you want to offer comments at this time? Is there any? Go ahead, Director Gonzalez. We're going to do 2 minutes here.
Sure. Kyla, it was really brave of you to take this job in the first place, given the position the district was in, and really grateful for your leadership and grateful that you want to stay on, and looking forward to continuing to work together.
Thank you. Director Yee, did you want to say something? You're on mute, Director Yee.
I'm just delighted that we could come to some consensus on with the superintendent on this decision. It's one thing to have responsibility to hire and evaluate the superintendent. It's another one to do that on with somebody you've known and respected for all these years. So I'm really excited about seeing the great work that'll be completed during this tenure.
Thank you. Did any other board members want to offer comments at this time? Is there any public comment, Mr. Seychow? If you wish to offer
There
public
is-
comment, you should raise your hand by pushing the button or pressing *9 on your phone.
Yes, we have first speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. I'm really disappointed that everyone is choosing this time in this manner to have this discussion. I think it does all of us a disservice. And as people have been bringing up history today, I think it's really important that we remember when Superintendent Johnson Trammell was first hired, it was done through a series of closed session meetings where the community did not have access. And now, at a time when the community has no access to even these meetings, now is when we're going to do this. I would respectfully request Superintendent Johnson Trammell, your contract is not up until June 1st, 2021. I would request that you tell the school board to put off this decision until we can do it in a way that's actually supportive of the community being engaged in this process. This really sets us all up for failure. And even at its best, this looks like a very shady time to be making these decisions for a future, with a lame duck school board that won't be on the board when this extension goes into effect, at a time when meetings are being done by Zoom because the state of California is in a state of emergency. And now is when you choose to do this 14 months before the contract is even up. So I would respectfully request that we delay this decision so we can do it in a way that the community will support whatever decisions being made going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional public speakers, Mr. Seychow?
Yes, we have one just raised, Carol Dalton.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Ms. Dalton.
Thank you. The unmute took a moment to come up. So I want to say congratulations to the board and to the superintendent, and also to say that I hope that as the months roll out and we're able to meet again in person, and also before that happens, when there are committees and commissions meeting virtually, superintendent, that you will engage with the different parts of the community and hear out what people from parents, students, community members would like to see going forward. In particular, I want to address the community of schools policy and really my disappointment in how little has been asked of charter partners. The board approved a sweetheart deal long-term lease for a school where the principal and most staff members had signed on for another charter school in another district, the Catalyst Charter School, and yet the board approved it. The board has not required charters to seriously serve moderately to severely disabled students or to staff up in a way that would encourage parents to consider sending their children to those schools. And in general, the board has chosen some of the fiscal issues in the favor of the charter partners versus the district schools. So I'm hoping that that balance will really change, and I think that it can.
Thank you. Do we have additional speakers?
Yes, we have two additional speakers, Asara Olabala.
Yes, thank you. Superintendent, I want you to be as successful as you can be in doing the work you have to do. And that has a lot to do with seeing a Black woman in a position of leadership. And I have no shame in my game. I want you to be successful because we need to see Black women out in the forefront showing we have capacity. I have listened to you, and many times I don't agree, but I still want you to be successful and do the best that you can do. And as we go forward, I'm looking forward for your greatness to reach its heights. I'm looking forward for you to serve children well. I'm looking forward to you would be the model for little black girls to say, yes, look at our leader. So, and I want to thank you. You consistently sit in a position of looking at people, listening to people. I said that earlier. So I'm going to be positive, and I'm going to say, I want you to be as successful as you can be because you are a Black woman in a leadership capacity, and we need your leadership to go to this furthest. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers, Mr. Seichow?
That concludes public speaker for this item, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would like to call the roll, and then I would like to give the superintendent an opportunity to speak if you wish. Is that all right, Superintendent? Great. Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt the superintendent's contract as stated, Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes, and thank you for your service.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
I was going to make a comment before public comment, which was just to say congratulations and congratulations to us for having, as Gary pointed out, a long-term superintendent on all of our watch and during COVID of all things. So thank you and keep up the good work. I can't even imagine, but I vote yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
President London.
Yes, and
Yeah.
congratulations. I'm clapping here in my house. Very, very excited. And Superintendent, we'd love to, if you want to say a few words, we'd love to hear from you.
Good evening again. Just thank you for allowing me to be of service. And, you know, even during all of this tumultuous times, it's indeed a pleasure to be of service to the community. And I've said this many times before, that's raised me. I absolutely love, you know, waking up with my family and my children and being in a position, no matter how difficult, how stressful. There are the days I want to pull my hair out, you know, cry. It's still an honor. It's an honor and a blessing, you know, to be in a position to make things better for the city, and particularly as an African-American woman, and knowing everything that my own family had to go through for me to be able to have the educational opportunities that I have, and wanting to do everything that I can. And again, I always say this, I am not a superhero, so it's us doing it together to make lives better for the students that we're all serving. So I appreciate the opportunity and the honor to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still clapping here, Director Yee and I. And I'm just really, really thrilled that our community will have the opportunity of your leadership for 6 full years. I think that's tremendous, and it will make you the longest serving superintendent in recent history, which I think is also tremendous. So start tweeting, folks. This is exciting. We're going to move now to item T2. This is another
60 years, Madam President.
60 years since give us the stat, Director.
For 6 years.
Okay, that's like 3 generations. We're going to move now to item T2, 200760. This is an employment agreement between Lisa Grant Dawson to serve as our Chief Business Officer. I think we'll hear more from Ms. Grant Dawson in a few moments, but Superintendent, I'd like you to introduce this item, please. Thank you.
Yes, I am pleased that we were able to hire a permanent Chief Business Officer, Ms. Lisa Grant Dawson. It has been a long recruitment process, and I want to thank everyone on staff who participated. I want to thank our state trustee. I want to thank some of the county leadership. We were not only looking for someone who had experience, but we were also looking for fit, someone who was going to be interested in building capacity and focusing on leadership. Ms. Dawson comes to us from Stockton, where she has served in the role as a CBO for 5 years. She has worked in other districts that have had quite a bit of financial instability and has managed to actually bring stability to those districts. So we are excited to bring Ms. Dawson on. We're excited for her to have the opportunity to really listen both to the community so that we can continue to work to bring fiscal vitality to our district.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve this agreement?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Gonzalez. Is there any public comment on this item, Mr. Seychow?
Doesn't seem to appear. Yes, we
I
do.
see a few
Okay, they're
coming up.
coming up. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, please. Let's call the first speaker.
We have Kim Davis.
Hi. Actually, I would have preferred to go after you guys had your discussion because I was hoping some clarity would be given as to why we're hiring a CBO. It was my recollection that there was a reorganization of that after Mr. Howe left, and that Preston Thomas was hired in the CBO position with a different kind of a focus. And in looking at the organizational chart, there is no space on the organizational chart for a CBO. Instead, there is Mr. Thomas's position. So I'm just not understanding if the thinking has changed, if it's decided that you can't function without it, or if there's more changes organizationally that are happening. And if we're talking about an additional position it's a lot of money that we're adding on, and I don't recall this being the plan. So I was hoping you guys would talk first so I could see what the answers to that might be. But anyway, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please? I needed to unmute.
Next speaker is Mike Hutchison.
Mike Hutchinson. I agree with Kim's recollection. Actually, the school board voted in a resolution to dissolve the position of senior business officer. And then you voted to rename the position and appoint Preston Thomas into that position. So I was also very surprised to see that now this job was being offered to somebody else. And if so, this will be the 5th senior business officer since 2017. Unprecedented instability. So what's happening? Because what we were told the district was looking to hire was a new chief financial officer to replace the interim officer who isn't even an OUSD employee, but a consultant that you're paying over $30,000 a month to. So since you voted to dissolve this position, this is a creation of a new position. And again, all of this is happening at a time when we're in a statewide state of emergency, and this is being conducted by Zoom call. So what's really going on? Why is this happening now? And just lastly, because I had time to check real quickly, she's coming from Stockton. Stockton for the last 2 years had John Deasy as their superintendent, who just recently resigned because of a vote by their school board. John Deasy is very connected to Eli Broad and ran his training academy. So why are we bringing in people with connections in this sort of way? And this totally goes against your reorganization plan that the school board approved less than a year ago. So what's bringing on these changes?
Thank you. Do we have any additional public speakers?
Yes, we have one additional speaker, Carol Dalton.
Thank you.
So I'm also confused about the organizational part, but most of all, I was hoping that Ms. Grant Dawson would be part of this conversation. And can she hear me?
Yes, she can.
Great. So I'll say welcome, Ms. Grant Dawson. It's a big job. Some of the groundwork has been laid. There's a lot to do. Please help this board and district make better financial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Superintendent, I know Ms. Grant Dawson is on the line. Do we want, I think she should speak after we vote. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Great.
There's a couple of clarifying questions.
Great. Why don't you clarify, please?
So one, the CBO position was never eliminated. There was another position within the finance department that was eliminated. As we recruited for this position, we were recruiting for a CFO or a CBO. We decided to post both the positions in order to have the best chance of getting someone with financial experience. We actually haven't had turnover in the CBO role. We have had deep turnover in the chief financial officer role over a decade. And so we both wanted to broaden our opportunity to be able to get the best candidate who had the most experience, not only in finance, but finance over an urban district. So as we are onboarding Ms. Dawson is over all of our financial department. And we are starting off having a leader over our business and finance and a leader over our operations. Mr. Preston Thomas is not our chief business officer. His position is chief system service officer. So we are not moving away from our organizational structure. We simply wanted to position ourselves to get somebody who wasn't in their first year as a CFO, given the financial challenges that we have, and given the work that we're gonna have to do, particularly given the situation with COVID. So with that level of clarity, if Ms. Dawson, has she been promoted to a panelist?
We're going to vote first, and then we'll promote her to panel. As soon as we vote, she'll be promoted to panelist, if that's okay.
That sounds great.
Because Ms. Dawson, we really want to hear from you. So Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll, please?
A motion to adopt the contract before the board. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
President London?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Ms. Grant Dawson, congratulations, welcome. I'm sorry that we aren't able to meet you in person, but we're extremely excited that you've agreed to join us, and we'd love to welcome you and hear a little more from you, whatever's on your mind, and thank you for working with us.
Thank you so much, President London, and to the Board of Directors of Oakland Unified School District, and to Superintendent Johnson Trammell. First, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity and this honor. And I do consider this an honor, this moment, of which I've shared with many of your colleagues that from a professional standpoint, did not foresee in my future. As my resume states, I was a chief business official after the Vallejo City Unified School District went under state takeover, was there during the 7-year process for that district to gain state receivership. And that included developing long-term financial and operational strategies for the district to maintain its solvency. And so with that, after I left Vallejo, I was in search of normalcy. And then I learned there's no such thing as normalcy. There are in this industry, and that's coming again from a corporate environment. School districts and county offices and government entities do not recruit at colleges and universities. And so what I've definitely learned and gleaned and appreciated is that there is a large opportunity for professionals to really drive change in various communities. And using my skill sets, not only from a financial and accounting perspective, but truly I am an aligning team leader, a thought partner, and truly one that often wants more for a community than it wants for itself. I find myself falling in love with stories like Oakland. And so that is where my history comes from. I have a high degree of courage and don't lack timidity, not only in leading and recommending, but doing the right thing very consistently. And so I am very excited. I really want to thank Superintendent Johnson-Trammell and her team for the recruitment process. I would say it's probably one of the top processes that I've experienced. I appreciate the fluidity of the process, and it started and it continued during this COVID crisis. So we were switching to Zoom and other opportunities to ensure we stayed in contact and dialogue. And I truly enjoyed the team environment that I witnessed, being able to see them visually. And so I look forward to working with the district. Was able to hear the community and other stakeholders speak about the various issues that they are concerned about. And it is my honor and my commitment to work with you to develop new strategies to ensure that Oakland Unified, as an earlier stakeholder stated, where people are no longer talking about Oakland in a negative manner, and that this community can stand strong and be very comfortable and confident in what we're building and building together. So thank you so much for this opportunity once again. And I look forward to not only meeting you in person, but beginning to do this very important and aggressive work.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that I speak for all of the board members when I tell you how excited we are to have you join us. Colleagues, do you want to speak, or can we reserve that for, I know there will be lots of one-on-one opportunities with Ms. Grant Dawson. Given the hour, I think we'll move on, but thank you so much.
To you directly. Looking forward to your work, and yeah, take care, sister.
Thank you so much, Director.
I appreciate just your language around courage, because I think that it is that, and building trust and building community at a really kind of interesting space, right? Where it really is how well we communicate with one another and how we share information in that kind of way. So do appreciate your presence and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you so much, Ms. Grant Dawson. I'm sure we'll see more of you in the near future. We're going to move on now to item T3, 200797, designating specific district facility projects as essential business and essential governmental functions. This is a resolution for us to adopt. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Director Harris. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. I'm going to turn it over, I believe, to the General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh Jones, General Counsel. So this comes out of the second iteration of the Alameda County Shelter-in-Place Order that was issued at the end of March. One of the things it did was limit what construction projects could move forward under that order. And it made an exception for projects that were deemed to be essential government functions or essential business. And when initially came out under the emergency authority delegated to the superintendent or designated by the board, the legal counsel issued an opinion that was then slightly modified, basically deeming all current projects essential, allowing them to move forward. Now that there is a board meeting, we wanted to bring forward a project by project analysis for the board to adopt that essential determination. And the recommendation, as you'll see in the resolution, is that almost all of the current projects should move forward, with the exception of 2 boiler projects and a softball project at Emerson. And those would be allowed to proceed, although not do on-site work up to particular dates in May. And that allows us to be flexible when it comes to any change to the shelter-in-place order. And it also corresponds nicely with when various board meetings are occurring. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if the board has any.
Colleagues, are there any questions?
President Lund, I will move adoption of this resolution.
I think we moved this already. Did we?
Yes.
We did move it. Is there any public comment, Mr. Secha?
There's none, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Thank you. Yeah, General Counsel Daniels, I would like to just clarify, because I understand about essential and I understand all the logic behind it. I also know that given that the sites are not open right now, this is a good time to do construction in terms of disruption to the school program. So can you talk a little more about, for the 2 projects that are not, the boiler replacement and the softball field, what the conditions would be where the construction could begin?
Sure. So when we analyze this question of essentialness, we both look at the importance of the project and whether it has to happen right now. And the vast majority of the projects that were deemed essential were deemed such because in order for those sites to open and serve kids at the base foundational level, they needed to continue at pace that they are going now. Similarly for Cole, in order to continue down that path and be out of 1000 Broadway by August, that project needed to continue. The boiler room, the boiler projects, and the softball field, while certainly important, the timing, the necessity of timing is not there. And so the boiler project could wait at least for a month, perhaps longer. And the Emerson softball field, as important as that is, obviously, to that school and to the community, school can open without that field being built. So we're working closely with Mr. Nakatagawa to make sure that we're communicating with the project managers and the contractors. We're seeing what we can do, and certainly hoping as the curve flattens and Alameda County at some point pulls back on some of the restrictions that they've imposed, it would then allow us to move forward with these projects in a way that keeps them on their original timeline.
Great, thank you. Can we call the roll, please, Mr. Rickstraw?
On the motion to adopt T.-3, Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. The next item is T4 200805, affirming the superintendent of schools decision around the district school closure, physical school closure for the remainder of this 2019-2020 school year. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Director Harris.
Second.
Second by Director Gonzalez. Is this going to you, General Counsel?
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. This, just like we had a ratification previously of the superintendent's decision to close schools back at the end of the day on Friday, March 13th, because of both the statewide and the local shelter-in-place orders, it was necessary to announce the decision that the superintendent made, and this is pretty pro forma in terms of ratifying the decision by the superintendent to close schools through the remainder of the 1920 school year.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item, Mr. Seychow?
There is none, Madam President. Oh, wait, another one just popped up. We have Mike Hutchison.
Thank you.
Yes, Mike Hutchinson. Unfortunately, this item should have been a special order of the day at the start of the meeting, so we could have had more attention from the community who was tuning in. Personally, I think this is long overdue, but I'm glad to see this declaration is finally happening. Hopefully, we can work on making some decisions for the timeline when decisions need to be made for both the summer and the fall. But now to tie this together kind of with the last item, we need to really move on to these next burning issues. And so first, there needs to be an explicit decision made to pass students on to the next grade. And when you talk to students across the district, they're receiving different messages from different teachers. And so there is no uniformity to that. I also would like to see the same logic about essential, non-essential that was applied to construction projects applied to items being brought to the school board. There should only be essential items being discussed now, and non-essential things can be put off to the future. And also, there's been no declaration made about who's an essential employee and what job and role they need to provide during this closure. And even the MOUs that some of the unions have signed don't really clearly define that, and there's a lot of questions. And so we really need some declarations from leadership in Oakland about what's essential, what's not, and what's going to be the process moving forward. And as a community, you need to give us the ability to weigh in on these issues, because this is our school district. And if we're going to be able to reopen anytime soon, and especially if we're going to prevent the loss that we see looming, you really need to engage the community that's been active all along. This isn't about the old politics. We're in a crisis, and we need leadership to help guide us through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
That concludes the public comment for this item.
Thank you. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to adopt T.-4, Director Harris,
Yes.
Director Yee, Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you, colleagues. I got carried away and I forgot to ask for a motion to extend the meeting. We have exceeded our 10 o'clock stop time. I think we're probably going to need to go till 11:15, I would say, just to be safe. Is there a motion to extend the meeting?
Move extension of the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Director Gonzalez, second by Director Yee. Mr. Rakestraw, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, on the motion to extend time as stated, Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
No.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
No.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes. Thank you for staying on the line, everybody. We're almost there. We're going to move now to item T5, 200651. This is an application provisional internship permits, California Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Is there a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, seconded by Director Yee. Is there any public comment, Mr. Seychow?
There is none, Madam President. There's none, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there any discussion by the board? Let's call the roll, please.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Harris,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
and President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're going to move now to item V as in Victor. pupil discipline consent report. There's none this evening. We move next to item W, which is the report, excuse me, of regular board members. Colleagues, do any of you have a report this evening?
President London, I'll just share that we have a facilities committee retreat this Friday from 8 to 10, that channel right here and on Zoom. So you can find the Zoom link on Legistar or whatever it's called, the Legislative Information Center. And just a reminder, if you have old devices, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. tomorrow, you can drop them off at Oakland Technology Exchange at Poplar and West Grand. And there's a student or a family that really needs it. So please remember, if you have an old laptop that you're not using, somebody can use it.
There's no such thing as an address of Popular in West Grand.
Let's go next.
2201 Poplar.
Thank you. Let's go next to Director Harris. Thank you.
Yes, we said it, the superintendent said it earlier. Just want to remind everyone, May 7th will be a Budget and Finance Committee meeting. 6 o'clock, we'll discuss the third interim. We'll get a preview of that, as well as have a conversation about the LCAP planning process, how it's been impacted by COVID-19, as well as hope to get some and review guidance of the LCAP process, guidance from the state. That is all.
Thank you.
Director, can I have a question about
yes,
budget and finance? Is that appropriate here in London?
Yeah.
Okay. This is to a comment that was raised earlier around the equity formula, and it sounds like it's a packed agenda anyways, but we had referred that to the the finance committee, and it was agendized, I think, for the committee meeting that was canceled. So that was to review the equity formula and its implications on school sites. So I don't know how you want to handle that, but I just wanted to note that it was on the agenda prior, and it was referred to budget and finance. So I'm not sure if you want to take it up at a different meeting or not, but I just wanted to at least flag that.
Thank you for flagging it, and I have it here in my notes. There were a couple of things that got bumped from this one. So I'll talk to Ms. Casares and the superintendent and see if we can cover it at the next meeting. If not, we look to plan one either later in May or in June, and we'll cover it then.
Great, thanks so much.
Thanks for flagging it.
Any other reports from board members? I will just report that on Thursday, May 30th, there will be a community meeting to talk about the future disposition of the Kaiser Elementary School property. And there is information in my newsletter, which is posted online on the ousd.org website under Board of Directors if you want to learn more about that. I'll also remind folks that on May 6th, we are holding a special board meeting to talk about the LCAP. The guidance from the state is changing, but we want to make sure that we stay current with what the recommendations are from our advisory groups. And I've heard you all for many years say you want more time with these documents, so we're making the time for it. And we know we're in a period of uncertainty, but we're going to move forward. That concludes board member reports. Is there public comment on board reports?
There's none, Madam Chair. Oh, wait. One just popped up again. Asad Olabala.
Thank you. Ms. Olabala.
Yes, thank you. Madam President, I'm not clear of what you were saying relative to the meeting regarding the Kaiser property. Could you restate what is that going to entail and who can be involved and what is the purpose again? I appreciate that. Thank you.
The purpose, I want to make sure I give you the most accurate. Let's see if I can find my newsletter. The purpose is we're going to look at, it's similar to the 7-Eleven process. What is going to be the future disposition of that site? We want to consult with the community as we did around the 7-Eleven process. The format that we'll be following will be very similar to that we used in the 7-Eleven process, except that we're going to be meeting over Zoom as opposed to in person. So there's more information available. I will send you my newsletter. If you don't receive it, I will send it to you after this meeting to make sure that you have the information. My newsletter is posted on the district website under the Board of Directors section. Each board member has a page, and on my page, I post the newsletter that I publish every 5 to 6 weeks. So I'll send that to you, and you can then read it yourself. With that, I think we will move on to introduction of new legislative matter. Director Harris, I believe you indicated you had something you wanted to bring forward this evening.
Yes, it's for your consideration. I shared with you and Mr. Rakestraw first draft of a distance learning policy for your consideration and perhaps board discussion at an upcoming board.
Thank you. We will agendize that. Is there other new legislative matter? Director Ng.
Yes, hi. So I wanted to circle back about the idea about convening a group around 1025. My intention, and we can have a short discussion here, was that pursuant to the resolution that was already passed in June of 2019, and based on the conversations that started percolating from my blueprint meeting in January, I wanted to, I was interested in a time-limited opportunity to explore the option that has percolated and raised up by community members that we heard about today, but in terms of an alternative school hub, but use that as an opportunity to be in conversations with the county, the city, and Peralta, which is directly across the street. So I know that there is longer term implications. I personally have been a part, I think, of 3 different community engagement processes for 1025 in my 6 years. And I know that there was even before I was on the board, I know there was a 7-Eleven process and there was other processes. So in the near term, I'm interested in having a more narrow focus and vetting the idea that's on the table. And if that's not a viable option, then opening up to explore other possibilities. But, given just how long it's taken us to get to a certain point, I feel like having a more concrete and narrow focus it would be more beneficial for us. But I would like to hear from other board members of where other board members are at.
So I believe that the process that we follow is that you can introduce this as an item, and then we will agendize it and have a conversation in the future. So if you could write up a description of what it is you envision doing, then we can put it on an agenda and see if the board wants to provide direction on that.
So I can do that. I guess I was envisioning it. We've already provided direction around exploring a possibility of partnerships at 1025. That's why I'd raised 2 meetings ago the idea of having an update on that resolution. So I guess I can do that. I guess I'm just feeling like I've been trying to raise this for a while since January and a little struggling about kind of the process piece of it.
Well, I mean, I'm open to hear from others about what they think should happen. I personally, as the board president, believe that we need to provide direction to you, because I haven't heard unanimity around what people want to see happen with that property. And I see you, Vice President Gonzalez, and I also know that Director Hinton Hodge may have an idea on the procedure she would like to see here as well. So why don't you go ahead, Vice President Gonzalez?
Well, I guess I thought what we had landed on is that you had some language you wanted the facilities committee to take up on Friday that would change what's current in the current draft of the facilities master plan, so that 1025 as adult ed hub does not become eliminated from the consideration as part of the project list for the bond measure. My idea about when we would take up your idea is when we get to the project list about the bond measure.
So I didn't include the alt ed. What I included in the language that I am about to forward to the facilities committee, Edgar has it already, but because the board hadn't passed any direction around alternative ed hub, I did not include that in the language. I left the language more around, I think it says education hub, because it's broader, and I think it's basing it off of what the board has already passed. So what I was interested in is exploring, in my role, I guess it's just more in my role as a District 2 board member, but more fully exploring this idea, because I think that, before opening it up to other options.
So the parliamentarian is advising me of what I started this conversation with, that this is not an item that we have agendized, and that is why we need to introduce it as a new legislative matter and then have the conversation. Mr. Rakestraw, can you turn on your screen and tell us if that is appropriate, please?
Yes, this should be agendized as a future discussion. We have not given notice to the public as to the substance of the proposal from Director Ng. So it would be appropriate as an introduction of a new matter.
And just to clarify, Director Ng was saying she wanted the review of, she felt like she had directed a couple of weeks ago, I guess, that the resolution, which I think was the Cole resolution and the Second Avenue property resolution, correct? That was, you asked for a review of that to kind of dig into what was the language, what was the direction. There was more work to be done on that.
Yeah, I mentioned that kind of 2 meetings ago. I thought that could be an opportunity for us to have the discussion both on the Central Ave site and on the 1025. I'm not wedded to that. I just was trying to,
It seems like it's a follow-up to the resolution. That's what I'm hearing you say, right?
Yeah, we haven't. I was asking for an update by staff, and I thought that could lift up for board an opportunity to have a discussion. But I'm also,
I think the issue becomes again process around, like, I guess, a discussion. What they have always said to me is that I've got to put it in writing before everybody, and then everyone can say, we'll go with you or not go with you. So I'm willing to go with you and to have a robust conversation that is inclusive of everyone around that footprint, and not, whether it's about, it goes on the bond committee list or it goes wherever. I am willing to be in a full conversation around that, and would hope that other people would say, let's move forward with at least a review of the resolution. I think that that's a smart way. It's already set up that way.
Okay, so President Lennon, just to wrap this thread, it sounds like Director Ng is being asked to write some kind of piece of legislation that's making a request of the board that we will take up at a future date. Is that how we're closing this out?
I thought she just wants a review of the resolution that has staff direction, right? We can't hear you.
Sorry. I think we could probably go a couple different ways on this, but that's what I had requested initially, was to use that resolution as a way to lift up this conversation to the board and provide more specific direction to the board and to staff around next steps. I think that I could also, if I would like to more formally explore some of these partnerships that is in the language, but I am happy to also draft language to include as part of that discussion.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a more productive discussion if yes, we can review the resolution, but I think you need to make some sort of ask for the board to consider.
Okay, so I will do that. I guess I don't have that in language because I didn't know that that's what I needed to do. I do have in language what the piece around the updating the 1025 piece, but that's very different than what I'm saying here. So I just worry about, if the opportunity is to talk about this before the bond project list, we want to do that by the end of this school year. And so I don't have that ready tonight, but I guess my ask would be for colleagues to, for us to review the resolution language. And my specific asks would be, I would like to have a short-term, like 6-week process where I have an engagement with stakeholders around this, to vet this idea around the alternative hub idea and see whether it's viable or not. And if it's not, then we continue to explore other options. And so I would like that to be considered, and would welcome feedback or a vote yay or nay at that time when it's agendized.
So again, I would rather it stick to the resolution and you exploring it that way, because what Director Gonzalez is setting up is for everyone to bring forward new legislative matter to say, I want this project to be included into the project list, or I feel like that this should be the pearl of the project. This is the project that people will love to circle around and pass the bond on. So I'm just saying, like, I don't. What I heard Director Ng say was, let's look at what we set a foundation for and see where we are in progressing around that. We know what our goal is. We know what the community's goal is, but that's after a robust conversation as well. That's what I heard him say.
Director Yee.
I would be willing to work on a vision of alternative education that has nothing to do with a building. That's where I think the conflating happens. That we basically have a facilities master plan. And I said this earlier, but my problem is we keep talking about 1025 Second Avenue. Are we talking about alt ed, or are we talking about we
need to have this conversation. Excuse me, Director Yee, but the parliamentarian is, if we were here in person, he would be really interrupting us. We're way out of line. We need to have this conversation in the context of an item that has been placed on the agenda. So Director Yee, if you want to add to the superintendent's work plan with a vision of alternative education, you can do that. And
I don't. What I don't want, though, is I don't want this referred to, I don't believe that this resolution needs to be referred back to the facilities committee and the facilities master plan. I think it's a totally different topic. That's why I wanted to weigh in at this point, because we are one board meeting from the facilities master plan.
Yes,
I was not in.
Director Ng, we need to have this conversation.
I was
legislative
suggesting that this would be part of the facility master plan. That's a separate conversation. I mean, that was a one item.
Then I'm fine. I'm silent then.
Right.
So what are we fine with? I'm sorry. What?
We're fine. I'm fine with what you said, and I support you around that. I do not support that this is a conversation to move it into the facilities master plan, or you need to write new legislation to get it onto the bond list. That I don't think you said that either.
So Director Ng, I think what you're asking for is that we place on the agenda a status report on the resolution around 1025 from last year. Is that correct?
So that's what I initially asked for, but I guess what I'm stuck on is, so I would like to have a more narrow focused
then you need to
process. So what is that process to be able to, I believe that's part of the, and I've had discussions with, I've had discussions with the, with staff and with board members around this. So I want, what is the process around that? I mean, we can start with the resolution update, but I guess I know it's late and I'm not trying to drag this on.
I will confer with Mr. Rakestraw. I will confer with Mr. Rakestraw after the meeting. But it sounds like I'm hearing you say two things. You want an update on the resolution around the status of 1025, and you want to look at an opportunity to use 1025 as an alternative education hub. Those are the two things I've heard you say.
Yes.
And what I have heard from several people on this dais, this virtual dais, is that they are not interested in introducing that alternative education hub into the current facilities master plan. And so that is where we are stuck, I believe, because I think if you want a direction to look at opportunities to do something with 1025, depending on how you framed it, you might have more or less support. But there's some pushback here, and that's why we're talking about something that we really shouldn't be talking about until it's been
But
agendized.
President Lennon, with all due respect, we have a process, and that process hasn't happened yet. Amy needs to write something, and then the board votes up or down if we want to agendize it or not. That's how it works.
Yeah, I think you do need, I'm sorry, Director Ng, but to the extent that you want to talk about that second piece, I think you need to put it in writing.
Okay, can we start with the resolution update though? Because that's what I asked for like a month ago, and I thought that we didn't have a, so that was the first part.
Dr. Ng, we're going to run up against a time constraint because it sounds like first you want to review the resolution, then you want to do community engagement. Like we're going to run up against a very serious time constraint. I think you also need to talk to Mr. Nakatagawa about what is the time constraint, that when is he planning to bring the project list, because all of that stuff has to line up.
I understand, but if I can't introduce something in writing until the next meeting on the 7th, and that punts this conversation on, till late May. So I would like to at least have a conversation around the resolution, I feel like we're going to have that conversation around the administration piece of it. Like,
yeah, I'm going to ask the superintendent if she has anything she wants to add on this in terms of the load on staff and the demand, the timing.
I think that the most important thing initially is getting first clear guidance from the board around the direction related to 1025. Our the deputy chief of facilities, our interim deputy chief of facilities can kind of lay out the steps timeline wise in terms of the intersection between realistically how much time there's going to be for some level of engagement, for it to be a project that would go into consideration in the decision-making process for the bond list. But all of that can't happen until there's some clear direction around what it is, what is the vision and the guidance for that particular facilities, because that has a direct link to cost and what it is that we're trying to construct and build. Did I answer your question, Board President London?
Yes, Director Ng, I'm sorry, but I think this conversation has gone on too long right now in this context. I'm happy to talk with you offline about it. I just,
I think process-wise, what it sounds like is I think what I'm hearing is that I'll have to bring something in writing if I'm interested, and that may or may not be viable. I definitely understand that. I'm wondering if I can just revisit the request I made last month around the very least agendizing the resolution for us to have a conversation around it. Is that
I think should be doable, to have just an update conversation?
Yeah, I think the board needs to the superintendent's point, like I think the board, I think what Director Gonzalez was saying is she doesn't think the board will be at a place to provide direction, and that might be true, but at least it agendizes a discussion versus it being mixed in with other conversations. At least we're agendizing a discussion around the resolution, and both the coal part, the coal, reaffirming coal, and around further direction around next steps for 1025.
Yes, we will look at the agenda for May 6th, and that's supposed to be our LCAP conversation, and we will look at the agenda for May 13th, and we will see how we can accommodate this request in one of those agendas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Madam President, we have two public speakers.
Thank you. Can you, we're going to give each speaker 1 minute, given the hour. Go ahead, please.
Asada Olabala.
Yes, I just want to reference the policy around distant learning. Since this is such a new avenue. I hope we will have some form in that policy of data collection to determine the success or the issues that need to be weighed on to improve or to do whatever. The second thing is the policy deals with learning, but in order for children to learn, they need certain services under certain circumstances, like social workers, counselors, psychiatrists, therapists, whatever. And not just distance learning, but services to children. How do we, in a policy, provide that if we have the same circumstances where we have school closed like we have right now? So thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
The next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. Just real quickly, like Mr. Rickshaw tried to warn you, the last conversation was completely out of order. And I think there's a difference between trying to submit a resolution to bring about a distance learning policy, which obviously is in need now, as opposed to submitting legislation about items that can just be done once we're past this crisis. But even more than that, it's really disappointing to watch the process that you all engaged in. It's clearly laid out in the school board bylaws how this is supposed to work. Any board member can submit an item to be agendized on the school board agenda. The board president, in consultation with the superintendent, create the agenda. And if the board president and superintendent decide not to agendize an item, any school board member, all it requires is theirs and one other board member's signature to get that item on the agenda. That's the process in your own bylaws. And to see a board that's had multiple members serve as president still not have a clear picture of how this process is supposed to work according to your own bylaws is really disappointing. And again, just shows what a mess we're in. Hopefully we can do better, but we as a community demand a plan of how we're going to get out of this crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. We're going to move on now are there any other new legislative matters? Okay, so we are now going to adjourn in memory of Gene Zahas, a great Oaklander, a great Oakland alumnus. We miss him already and send our deepest, consolation, regrets, all of that to his family and loved ones and friends, and to the Rotary Club, where he was just like Mr. Rotary. And with that, we are adjourned. Please stay safe. Thank you, everybody. Good evening.
Thank you, President London.